2, 1. Aye. There we go! Yes, it's new avatar. I spent fucking hours on this shit. I spent, no, you have no idea. I spent so many hours on this. There we go. Look at that. Woo! Whoa, yeah, whoa. Look at that. Anime handsome guy? I don't know about handsome guy, but there we go. You got angry face? No, Chelsea, I guess I should have showed this off before, but I got multiple expressions now for this avatar. So there's happy, and there's mad, when I'm like losing a game, like god damn it, fuck. And there's this, I'm kind of bummed out. Damn, shame. And then, oh, I'm scared. Fuck. Oh. I don't know, when I play a horror game or something. And then, whoa! Like, starstruck, super happy, like, whoa, that's so cool! No way! No way, man! And then, I'm losing my fucking mind. Crazy face. Ooh! I'm losing my mind! Yeah. I got multiple expressions I could do, so.
The bottom of the track.
To the egg carrier
Door, yeah.
I find something.
Chance. Changus.
You said bottom of the track!
Oh my gosh, Changus. I fucked it. See, did you not see that damn door? It's right.
You said the boat door? You said door.
Oh my god, Changus! It's right there! It was right there!
It was? Fuck!
Fix your eyes!
Okay, oh, okay, hold on. I'm staying one place. Which? Oh, okay. Which direction do I turn?
Do you not see the sign that says boat?
I was talking about that, Nick! I just said boat door! Damn, he missed. Oh my gosh! Fake bullet twist again! Stop! Why do they keep doing?
Well, this time it's just blanks. This time it's like he just, this time he's just like, yeah, that. Those weren't live rounds.
Oh my. We be with you in squirts? What? Do you mean spirit? That's a Q, not a P. That's a Q. You know, I understand. You know, like, you know, they kind of look similar, but then again, on the keyboard, at least my keyboard, the letters are all capitals. So, yeah, spirit. Squirt. I will be with you in squirt. When you squirt, I am with you. That sounds, no. No, that sounds wrong. Whenever you squirt, I'm with you. Oh my gosh. Oh, did that do the trick? Oh. Oh. It's porn. Oh, okay. What is this, Suzuki-san? There's porn on the computer speakers! What the fuck? I guess it was a trap. Nakajima-san. Taka must know what do we do? What do you mean? They probably set it up to play that moaning sound when the cord is pulled out to stop us from getting to the bottom of the... Oh, damn it! Oh!
Chance, the monkeys are literally the least of your problem right now.
I know. Hold on. Wait, where do I have to push this ladder?
You don't.
Oh, I don't? Oh. What's the ladder for again?
Jane, you climbed up the ladder.
Oh.
Move the handle and the lift should move.
Leave me alone.
Oh my God, Changus, the fucking staircase.
Wait, but there's a...
The staircase.
Wait, what is this then? What?
Chase.
My gosh! That's... Holy shit, that's literally Kiryu's voice actor! That's just straight up him, like... That's what's his name? What's his name? Takaya... I think it's Takaya... Takaya or Takaya Kurata. That's just straight up Kiryu's actual VA! Just in the game! Alright. Huh. No! Oh, wait, oh. Damn it, did I break the game? I broke the game! No! I have to restart the level now.
Distortions throughout this facility, and they appear to be causing a rift in time.
Time travel?
Caution until we have further information.
Whoa, hold up. No one said this game was gonna have time travel. No one... Okay then. Okay.
If you get hit while you're fishing, that acts as a,
Oh, that's wonderful news, Nick. Thank you for telling me that.
Chase, it's not that fucking big of a deal. Calm the fuck down, man.
I am calm.
No, you're not.
Well, this frog won't come to me.
Just relax and just... Chase, literally, it's not that...
Yeah, fuck you.
Chase, if you were to have a body pillow of a transformer, who would you have?
What the fuck? Why are you asking me this, man? I don't know. Alright, now let me ask you the same question, Nick, but it has to be a male transformer, and it's suggestive.
Has to be and suggestive shockwave.
You answered that with no hesitation, man. O.J. Simpson made the orange juice?
Orange juice.
What are you saying, woman? Hey, Tails! Hold on, Nox, I'm gonna... Oh, actually, this Shadow just... Sonic, I'm gonna test how smart Tails actually is. Hey, Tails. Did you know that O.J. Simpson and made orange juice? What? Yeah, that's what it's named after. Kill myself! I'm gonna kill myself. They make me feel like committing suicide. But not for real, don't take it as a serious. Hold on, here we go. I go. That guy! He kept shooting while. Oh, that's great. The grunt guy, he kept shooting even though he was dead. It's like, ah! My dead sister. I don't know why I call her girlfriend. Well, I mean, she is Shadow's best friend. I fell! Oh!
So you see Shadow's best friend. They're not at that stage yet.
Ah.
They're
Well, I was referring to Maria.
Oh, I thought you were referring to Bruce.
No, I was referring to Maria. And then I fell like a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Nick, you're my friend. You're supposed to Bastard! You're supposed to
What am I supposed to do? Lie?
Yes! That's what a good friend does! No!
You forgot the rice setback! Last time that was a thing!
Wait, hold. The set's not complete yet, Nick.
It's not.
It's not.
I think I know what you're going for.
Oh no! Shit! Wait, hold on, real quick. My Shadow, what the... I'm just thinking now. Shadow, what are you talking about? Oh. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. I mean, I knew you were an ultimate life form, but like, whoa.
Thank you.
Just a quick reminder that I do have stream elements. There's a $50 monthly goal. You can tip, donate, etc., whatever you want to call it. You do not have to if you don't want to. Alright. Oh! Wait. SGD is not seen. Because he is here now. Alright, there we go. Now he's there. Now there he is. Oh my gosh! Whoa! Alright. Oh, actually, I just need to make sure it's on like everything. You don't want to do daylight savings, right? Oh, that's right. Daylight savings. Oh. No, I know.
Are we getting another hour or less hours?
We're losing an hour.
Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, it sucks. We're losing an hour. Oh, it's so annoying. Oh no, I got.
More daytime.
Yeah. What was that?
You appreciate whose then am I coming out of?
Tessin, who's audio? Oh, it's Comet. I saw his avatar pop. Yeah, it's Comet.
Oh, hello. Let's turn you down.
Alright, I gotta add SGD's avatar to all our little thingies here because I forgot he's gonna be with us tonight. It's like, oh my gosh, he's back! He's alive! Bounce, bound, bam. Alright, there he goes. But he's taking Knott's place for now. That's fine. He gets to take Knott's place for now until he's actually here. Which is not. He's watching.
Also, it's like I'm gonna try to grab some extra sleep. So, like after talking about Song of Ice and Fire's miniatures game, I'm heading to bed. So,
all right. Yeah.
I'll stick around for Ruby, at least.
A Ruby? Well, it's not necessarily Ruby. It's just Rooster Teeth in general.
Oh, I mean Rooster Teeth, yeah.
Yeah, because that's kind of. That's more of a, kind of a sad thing, honestly, than like,
the long defeat.
Long defeat.
Every single thing they did was kind of obvious in hindsight and completely avoidable.
Oh yeah, but like, yeah, you don't want to cry tomorrow. A VTuber you're watching is graduating. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chelsea. They're graduating on Mario. There's a Mario. You know, actually no, that's stupid. Of course there's a Mario Day. I should have realized. Like, of course there would be a day dedicated to the plumber himself. Like, of course. You be okay though, Chelsea? All right then. But yeah.
Hey, Megatron, I wanted to talk to you about our budget.
Yeah, what about it?
How come we have 10 in the bank?
I spent all our money. How much? Check this out. It's called a non-fungible token. And this thing, look at it, Stucky. This thing next year, it's gonna be twice as much as all our savings. We're gonna be rich, Starscream.
We're gonna be rich. I so fucking hate you.
You won't hate me when you're rich, Starscream. And by that, because you legally sold your soul to me.
When did I do that?
Remember that contract I had you sign?
You mean my employment contract?
My employment contract.
Yeah.
I fucking hate you. I love you too, Starscream.
Chance, the funniest thing is we've already established in canon technically Megatron owns the Decepticon souls. Because he sold them to Satan.
He sold You sold our soul to Satan? Yeah.
Chi! Talking about affecting my fucking acting! It's affecting my damn acting now!
Shockwave comes in, he's like, yeah, it was like a few dollars a pop.
It's a few
Yeah, it
dollars
was a few dollars a pop.
So a few dollars a pop. You're a fan of Rooster Teeth?
I will be putting it forth to good use.
You're a fan of Red vs. Blue, and you're excited for Ruby, and then Volume 3 came out and all the other stuff. Yeah, but we'll talk about Rooster Teeth when we get to it. But but we do, surprisingly, I do want to actually get us somewhat started early because not only because some guys are tired, and also because of daylight savings, but also because we just have quite a lot to talk about in general. So like,
including depression.
I don't want to say...
Well,
look, it doesn't look.
It's a joke.
Yes, but I was hoping it wouldn't be so much a depression, more like we could just look back and go,
yeah.
"Oh wow, this man has been everywhere. Holy shit!" So, which he has.
Oh, yeah.
The man's been everywhere. So, I guess since I said that already, I might as well, and I want to get a head start on everything. Let's jump right into it. So yeah, so.
Hold on.
What? Oh my gosh!
Satan, I told you you weren't supposed to mess with my co-workers. Get in the closet. Yes, master. I'm so getting tired of you.
What does this have to do with Dragon Ball?
It doesn't.
God damn it, Nick! Oh my goodness, what does that have to do with Dragon Ball? Okay, but anyways, yes, depression.
See that my original concept of the title is that would actually made much more sense now.
Oh, okay, all right. Yes, depression, anime guy. Well, here's the thing. I don't want this topic necessarily to be depression, cause like.
Yeah, well, okay. I when I say depression, it's like. It's joking, like because Akira Toriyama passed away.
Yeah.
Recently, we got the news 2 days ago, but it happened at the beginning of the month. Because Japan gives a week for mourning before the news breaks out, but
which I actually like.
What?
I actually like that rule Japan has. They get, wait for everyone to mourn, like personal family and friends to mourn, and then, you make an announcement. I like that.
Yeah, it does voice a lot of things.
No, it's not it's not a distasteful joke, Chelsea. But yeah, so, the news. Very recent news, though.
Yeah, so in terms of works, I have only done Dragon Ball. His stuff on Dragon Ball. So I am not one of those guys who Dragon Ball and like Chrono Trigger. Couple hours of Chrono Trigger. That's his most of the stuff I personally consumed with his style or in his storytelling. So I don't know where to begin. I think we did lose. He lived a good life, as far as I know. I have not gone into details of his personal life, but like, even though he died for some people pretty young, he left a legacy. Like, he made like the anime that is a lot of people's introduction to anime as a whole. And he's also, and I would actually argue that he is one of the great storytellers. Not that his plots are consistent,
Okay.
because most of the time he literally writes by chapter when he was writing Dragon Ball.
Uh-huh.
He did. He had like his overall plans is like I had some ideas, but not like concrete details about where his arcs was going, or even how to get there.
Okay. Yeah.
And I just really like his work, his style of humor. Like he's the one that like a lot of stuff that you see, even in Western media, like influences storytelling. Like he kind of popularized the idea of like of jokes where you have like this character where this big burly guy, like the classic was big burly guy, main character is small and is a kid, and then turns out the kid is super strong. Like, and that's like the joke is like everybody has their expectations subverted in the most extreme way. And he also my brain is like the shonen, like you see a lot of what he brought into shonen is actually in terms of the shonen action genre. I'm not sure about shonen as general because shonen is more of an age demographic rather than a genre. Is he brought a lot of his he wrote a lot of gag manga. Like Dr. Slump is that gag manga. And then he brought that into Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball was originally just gonna be a parody of Journey to the West.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really, it wasn't okay seller. That is until he decided to have a tournament arc. And the whole idea of a tournament arc, I'm pretty sure Toriyama started that. If not, he popularized it.
He at the very least very much became the codifier of how a tournament arc is.
Yeah, yeah, how it's structured, what you expect from it, where it's like
it's like this. It's like this. Okay. Starscream, it wasn't the first chronic backstabbing jackass who hates his boss. But he became the codifier of that, like, archetype to the point where it's called the Starscream. Like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, he definitely built upon shoulders of giants. Like, you know, there was Yona guy I can think of in, like, his influences, like,
Ishimori. He's the guy who made Kamen Rider and Super Sentai. I think Toriyama said like straight up like a lot of his stuff was just took inspiration from like those guys like Ishimori.
He was inspired by kung fu movies and like clear Super Sentai because you know a whole villain team is up there is.
Well, not just that, but like also like just Ishimori's Honda Ishimori's work in general. The guy who made Sentai and Kamen Rider, like all his works were like a big inspiration. And there's also Tezuka, you know, the grandfather of like manga.
Right.
So, yeah, he was a big part too in inspiring Toriyama.
Yeah.
I definitely gotta mention this because it's literally one of my top three favorite things. Sonic wouldn't be as he is without, you know, Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, like a lot of things wouldn't be what they are without Dragon Ball. Like,
yeah, we wouldn't have G Gundam. No. I am pretty sure we would never have G Gundam if it were for Dragon Ball.
Oh no. like, even like places where you least expect it would like have you like there's like Dragon Ball or at least some bits of Toriyama inspiring it. Like it's not just like shonen stuff or okay, I can't think of an example on top of my head, but like like out there's like I'm pretty sure like something like Sailor Moon has something taken from like Toriyama's works. Like that's how far its like influence went.
Well, you can argue that Usagi is the basically female Goku.
Which is
well, actually, yeah, she is from the moon, so she's technically an alien. Well, technically a reincarnated alien, but even just making that case alone, you could tell like, oh, you could again make the argument that's some Toriyama Dragon Ball influence there. The man's been everywhere when it comes to his reach. It really is incredible. I would also say like when it comes to like Goku, like I remember at one point I heard that Toriyama said he wanted to make like part of the inspiration is that he took elements of like Superman into Goku. And like even like Goku's morality has some Supermanisms in him.
Huh.
Well, he's not like a Superman who's like lawful good and like Goku's main motivation is to have a good fights, but he is like the classic case of, I would say, neutral good. Like he's not purposely causing chaos.
No.
But because of his main desire to fight, he does dumb things that screw.
He's Sonic.
Yeah.
Goku's a good person, but he doesn't really set out to be heroic.
Right.
But that's also another thing also about but that's funny too about like Toriyama and his works with Dragon Ball, how like you see that stuff, how like his famous works like Dragon Ball took inspiration from even like Western media, and you see that feed back into Western media being inspired by Dragon Ball. So like it got
parodied, it got directly ripped off a bunch of times. Anytime you have a person powering up, they're gonna do the Dragon Ball pose, you know it.
It's not mentioning just what a huge reach Dragon Ball and Toriyama had in Latin Central America. Like those. Oh, we lost mention. Oh no, he's back. Goku's a bad dad, though, anime guy. Okay, to be fair,
I would actually disagree with that.
So
I'm with Ninjago on this one.
So the thing is, so I haven't seen much Dragon Ball, but I trust like what these guys say, especially Nick, when it comes to Dragon Ball. Goku being a bad dad's really mostly just something that's just exaggerated by a lot of people. And
it is.
I think also Goku being a bad dad, that permeated a lot because of Abridged.
Yeah.
Right. It's a joke.
It got to the point where Death Battle literally had to go, Goku is not a bad dad. Y'all are just mean.
Oh, we'll get to Death
Goku,
Battle when that comes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goku is a good father, but he's not like the type that. He's the one who is very supportive of his kids, but he's not gonna be like.
He has a very hands-off parenting.
Yeah. Yeah, he's laid back, super laid back. Like.
To be fair, Goku has brain damage, Ray.
That's canon.
Yeah. That's why he's a good guy too.
Okay, you got a point there, Ray. But still.
Oh my God, Goku's literally just the Iron Giant.
Ah! But still.
Just imagine if the Iron Giant was taking place in the 90s, and I can't remember Grover, the kid.
Hogarth.
Hogarth was into Dragon Ball. Just imagine the Iron Giant goes, go.
Think of the collateral damage.
Think of the collateral damage. But yeah, that.
But
Oh, go ahead.
to help defend Goku on his parenting, a lot of the times when you see him not to be with like his kids and stuff like that, it has to do with the fact that he's either indisposed or dead.
Yeah, I've seen people say Goku was a deadbeat dad. Like, no, he wasn't a deadbeat dad. The issue is he's just a very self-interested person. So it's the way he is with everyone. He doesn't really connect with people unless they have the same interests as him. So he wasn't a bad father in the conventional sense, but he wasn't a desirable father figure.
He's not the best father. I will say Goku's a better father than Vegeta.
Yeah, Goku also, according to Toriyama, didn't even view his family as family. They were just companions.
Yeah.
Which is the way all Saiyans, except for Goku's parents, were that way. And Vegeta sort of became different as well.
I haven't seen the Dragon Ball Z, but I assume Vegeta doing something else is a bad.
The reason why Gohan would probably trust Piccolo to watch over Pan than Goku is because Goku, his off time is training, and that's definitely gonna be a problem for upbringing.
I haven't seen most of Super, but I think when Piccolo was looking after Pan, Goku's busy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say.
And also, like, Piccolo is like the mentor figure that was with him since he was like 5 years old for a year, and then
because Goku was dead.
When Goku died, Goku was dead, and then you got a period where like at least a year after the Frieza arc, because there was a brief period they were separated, where Goku did not return to the planet immediately.
Yeah, because he was
like,
he
so
was
he
stuck
does
in space.
Like, after Piccolo was introduced, he honestly spends a lot more time with Piccolo interacting with him. And it's not like he hates his father, too. It's
just that he knows that his father is probably going to have other priorities over,
Yeah.
In Super, Gohan really does love Goku. But he loves Goku like a father, but Goku doesn't love him as a son the same way.
Yeah.
He views him more as a fellow fighter than he does view him as a son.
Goku is neurodivergent. Let's go with that.
Let's just go.
Yeah.
He's
Like Goku is not. He's not he's not what the most conventional father ever. It's like he is loving in his own way, and a lot of people, if you're not.
Goku, please.
Like, he views you as your friend. He views parenting as you becoming your buddy as opposed to being an authority figure.
And that doesn't sound good.
That's also not to mention that Goku is technically a country bumpkin.
That's true.
Although he wasn't exactly.
I still like to believe though he needs food to convince him to have sex. that I still like though. Goku, I want another kid. How are we gonna make that happen? Okay.
Ray, I think it's funny that you mentioned Vegeta didn't want to leave pregnant Bulma to go train for the Universe tournament. Yet when Bulma was pregnant with Trunks, he left.
Yeah, he didn't really.
Vegeta wasn't a good person yet.
Yeah, his relationship with Bulma wasn't one of love. It was, I think Toriyama described it as mutual loneliness and some other thing I can't remember.
Mutual loneliness. I love that.
Mutual.
Yes, Bulma, the richest woman on the planet, was lonely.
Can we take a moment of silence? So take a moment of silence for Yamcha.
Hey, he's the greatest baseball player ever.
He's the greatest
He's loaded.
Still.
Yeah.
Ray, I like to think that Goku and Chi-Chi have the greatest makeup sex.
Yeah.
I also like the idea that Chi-Chi also doesn't know what kissing is.
I want that, that guy.
It's like they both find that disgusting.
Are you saying
on the lips? It's like
Nick, what you're just what you and Ray are just telling me is Goku and Chi-Chi are just a meme of it turns out they were both bottoms.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that is kind of fun.
Hey, Emma, you know how Tina said they had to convince the way to convince Goku was food? Right? What if Chi-Chi did that thing that Harley Quinn tried to do in that Batman episode with the creeper? With the pie?
Oh my gosh.
No, I was thinking Chi-Chi treated sex as like a fighting competition.
That's a fighting competition.
Like
endurance training. Endurance training.
Honestly, that would actually make the most sense. It's like Goku, what are you
These
doing?
few days, Cell, I learned one of the most important attributes: endurance. Chi-Chi, achoo! What did you do to him?
What didn't I do to him?
What didn't I do to him? But
it just like your mother.
Also, Gohan saw his. I don't know who. Gohan, probably the only kid in his lifetime who's watched his own father die twice. Maybe Bumblebee.
Maybe Bumblebee. But yeah, but
Optimus. Well, I mean, if you're just gonna say it.
Okay.
But even the character archetypes that like. Toriyama made such wonderful character archetypes that
Vegeta is the rival.
Yeah, he made Vegeta and he made Frieza. He made the Japanese land tycoons into the most well-known anime villain.
I really that really again, actually, like, unironically though, that's a testament to writing where you can make a guy who canonically has, like, destroyed, like, several planets, killed so many people, and then you root for him every time you see him fight Goku. Like, that's actually really impressive writing there.
Power-up transformations.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
literally the most famous anime trope.
Yeah. And it all came because he was too lazy to color in Goku's hair.
Yep.
That's my favorite
the coloring in the hair was his assistant's job. So he wanted to make things easier on his assistant.
That too. Also, anime guy, one more point I want to make. At least before Super, there was a 7-year gap between the end of the Buu arc to the end of Z, and Goku, he was there.
Yeah, it really the stuff about like the real evidence, like him not knowing how to kiss, and that stuff, it's more of the result of Super, because Super was trying to
really exaggerated some stuff.
Yeah, and because Super was essentially trying to do was try to keep the Dragon Ball Z style, but also try to bring back some of the comedy elements from the OG series. Because the problem with Dragon Ball in general is that it started out as a gag manga, like gag adventure manga. Then when it came to Z, it just became serious. And then that is when most people, especially in the West, because that's when the anime started, get into the series, became a lot more serious and dark. And it's also the time when Toriyama really hated his editors.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this story with the editors. They really didn't want him doing those cyborgs.
It's like, oh, of course this guy transforms.
We don't consider GT canon, anime guy? Is that not good?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
ET is very divisive.
I see.
Very divisive.
Okay.
I only know one guy who likes it better than Z.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still not as good as the original. But I digress.
Right.
I do want to point out again though about I do want to point out again though about Dragon Ball's influence in Central Latin America. Just how what a huge like fan base there is there. Like they treat
if I get captured by the cartel and I'm about to be tortured, hey, is this what Goku would want?
Nick, unironically, the cartels, they actually had a ceasefire just for a moment of silence in honor of Toriyama.
I know.
Like, so it's not a meme. Like, it's actually real.
Like, whenever new Dragon Ball content comes out, there is a drop in cartel activity.
No. Oh my gosh. Like,
the fucking giant ass screening for episodes.
Oh, dude. Okay, so I haven't seen him in Dragon Ball that much, but like from what I heard, when the okay, so I know like Goku and Frieza teaming up was like a huge deal. Like that was like a big deal. So like I what I heard was that in like Mexico, they treated Goku and Frieza teaming up against that one dude. That's how much Dragon Ball I know. That one dude. What's his name?
Jiren.
Jiren. When they were teaming up against Jiren, they literally had like entire like auditoriums like that would be usually reserved for like, you know, sport events. Instead they would just reserve it, and they would literally buy tickets to go in, not to watch sports, but to watch Goku and Frieza beat the shit out of Jiren. They treated like a lot.
And then it's that moment where the composer for Broly, which Toriyama wrote, I'm pretty sure he wrote Broly. I know he did, like, I think he did the story for Super. I'm not sure if he actually wrote that one, but he was heavily involved with Broly and the superhero.
Yeah, Toriyama wrote Broly, but he had to cut it down because it was too long. He didn't help write Super, he just gave bullet points to the anime
How about
team
superhero?
Yeah, he was even more involved with superhero than he was Broly.
Okay.
There's a you know that famous Ultra Instinct transformation? Toriyama didn't have really any notes on that.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
he didn't intend that. He didn't intend that to be a transformation.
Okay.
Yeah, the anime team had that made.
Yeah, and but also on the Jiren fight, the composer for Broly, listen to the crowds in those stadiums screaming out like Goku, 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 Broly, Broly, and he decided, you know what? that is so cool. I'm gonna incorporate it. And that is why we have like 2 of the best tracks in an anime fight.
Go J-Town! Go J-Town! Go J-Town! Go J-Town!
Even the first one, it's like Kakarot, do 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 do, and like, they treat it as like it's like literally the introduction to a fighting game match. Think about like,
I'm not gonna lie.
One of the greatest moments. And then
I'm not gonna lie, Nick. Watching Broly with you was one of the best moments.
Chase. Uncanon, not yet canon. Let's go with that. Not yet canon or not. It will have an influence on Transformers because we based the Grimlock special on the Broly movie.
But I don't know. The Broly movie was one of the hypest things I saw, man. That was fun. What about Super Saiyan God mode, anime guy? What the fuck is a God mode?
Super Saiyan God?
Yeah, I don't think
you don't know about that?
Which what color hair is that?
Red hair.
Red? Okay.
I don't think that was Toriyama's idea, but he did work with some other guy on the idea for its debut. The other guy's idea is like had a cape and Goku was really muscular, but Toriyama's like, no, make him not muscular with red hair.
Then there's Super Saiyan.
What's the blue hair?
Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. Dang it.
Okay.
And then they just call it Super Saiyan Blue.
Oh, okay. That sounds more simple.
And then the Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Kaioken times 20.
Okay.
At that point, it just sounds like parody.
Okay, but yeah, like this man has such a huge influence over like so many things. I think Not was the one who said like last night how like Tezuka himself, like the big guy before Toriyama when it came to manga, Tezuka himself literally told Toriyama like, yeah man, you're pretty much like my successor. It's like that's gotta be such a huge honor. So like this, it's like this man's influence, man, he's been. So like even though Toriyama isn't with us anymore, like his legs. Oh, Ninjago left. Oh no, he's back.
Yeah, I was just having I was just gonna say that Tezuka, as opposed to Tezuka, who made like a bunch of different properties, that a lot of them became successful. Toriyama just had one big hit, and it was such a massive hit and such an influential hit.
Actually, hold on, I wanna ask you, is this story true? So I heard that one of the stories behind Dragon Ball was Toriyama entered like some like manga competition, like, and then apparently the reception to his like entry was like mocked so badly, he just decided, fuck you guys, I'm gonna keep trying my best to make like a banger of a manga until you guys like it, and then the success.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that? That's okay. I just wanted to ask if that story was true.
It sounds like some kind of like. It sounds very apocryphal.
Can we talk about that time Toriyama retired, but then Hollywood butchered Dragon Ball so badly he had to come out of retirement just to make sure
the movie. He actually retired before the movie.
Yeah, because
at least from Dragon Ball.
Oh.
Yeah, so for Dragon Ball, what happened was we need to go back to Z. So, you know how, like, his previous editors, not that fun? Well, and then after the Cell Saga, he got another editor who was, like, more of, like, just an approval stamp, essentially. Because at this point, Dragon Ball is selling like crazy. They brought in another editor, and probably, like, a younger guy or something. So that is how we got the Boo arc. Toriyama's most divisive work, I would say.
Okay.
In terms of Dragon Ball.
All right.
Because that's basically all the comedy moments that he's been keeping hiding in a bottle for like 2 whole arcs, 2 sagas, just exploded. Like, he tried to make it more on Gohan, and people didn't like it. They wanted Goku, and then we got all the Boo shenanigans. Oh, but so essentially, he ended the manga after that arc with like the 7-year time skip arc, and he just decided no more Dragon Ball. I'm done. GT was not made by him, so he didn't care about that. He didn't care. And then Hollywood decided to make Dragon Ball Evolution.
This is not okie dokie. They have gone too far.
They've gone too far.
From what I heard about is he also gave Dragon Ball Evolution a benefit of that, but like, don't be too on it. It's like an alternate interpretation. Then he saw the movie and just walked out of the theater.
It's like, look, just don't be too hard on the movie. It's just an alternate take. No, this is worse than I thought. I need to fix this.
Yeah. So it took him a while, but he just like, okay, I need to make the perfect comeback to give Dragon Ball. I'm just gonna do one movie. I bet it was more like, I'm just gonna do one movie, and that'll be it.
Which movie was that?
And then it
Battle
got successful. Yeah, Battle of Gods. That's how we got Super Saiyan God.
Every time I think I'm out, they bring me back in.
It's essentially became the Godfather.
Wow. That's crazy. But yeah, like, this man's. But like, I just want to say, like, even though he's gone, like, it's very clear this man's legacy is not going anywhere. It really is one of those cases where he may not be with us physically, but you can feel him like everywhere, like even in places you wouldn't expect, and especially in Latin America. Holy shit! Oh my gosh!
And I will. So my final, I think I have the final. We could talk about Akira Toriyama all day, but I would say my final kind of reflection on this just now is, you know what? Dragon Ball Superhero was the best project Toriyama would. I know he worked on Daima. Daima is coming out soon, so don't know about that. But in terms of movies, yeah, that would have been that. It was like the perfect ending to his film career. Because it has all the Toriyama elements of Dragon Ball the series.
Okay.
Perfectly blend. Like the whole scene where you recontextualize the whole series, trying to convince this kid has Capsule Corp taking over the world with the help of aliens. And it actually fits.
Also, just Piccolo, how he uses a phone. Nick knows what I'm talking about. Just the way he holds his phone. It's honestly really fun. It's like, also, Superhero was a really good movie. I enjoyed it a lot. That was fun. But yeah, just like, again, just overall, like again, he's not with us physically, and yeah, it is a real bummer that he's not still with us, but in other ways, he ain't going anywhere for a long time. So, also, Broly's just really fun. Broly was such a hype movie, man. But yeah, that's all I gotta say, really. Anyone got any final words about Toriyama and Dragon Ball?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Okay then. All right. Well, in that case, then we can move on now. I don't know how Game of Thrones has anything to do with Dragon Ball, but hey, we're here now. All right.
Before you start, someone tweeted out, Corey may have had a hard time learning airbending, but let's never forget she was bending 3 elements since she was a child. And Shady Durags just replies, trust me, whether you're for or against Korra, absolutely nobody forgets this moment.
What you were for or against, no one forgets that moment.
Nobody forgets this moment.
Well, my if I was to do a segue into Game of Thrones, is that as opposed to George R. R. Martin, Toriyama actually finished his work.
Yeah, that book is never coming out. But hey, we got a tabletop game.
No, that fucking tub of lard. It's like, I have so much to do. I gotta work on all the TV shows, all the side material. Fuck my main book.
Guys, the book is coming. Just wait. There'll be dragons shit.
You know, it would be funny.
It's not gonna be 3 or 5.
But where's the pizza?
They're coming.
It would be funny that George R. R. Martin, we lift off his mask and he's TFS guru.
Oh god! Oh god! I'm so right.
Boy, we got a tabletop game based off of Game of Thrones before.
Fuck! I can't believe we haven't even mentioned Team 4-Star and how much they've influenced the internet thanks to Toriyama.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I feel like Team 4-Star is
because
also
Toriyama has already suffered by themselves. Maybe if Team 4-Star goes out of business, then we'll talk about that.
But anyways, Matchstick. There's a tabletop game for Game of Thrones before the next book came out. Why is that?
Because, well, you see, George. He's got he's got something called chronic procrastination.
Oh, I see.
So we have to do tabletop to see who actually wins the Game of Thrones in the end.
All right then.
It's by a company called Cool Miniatures or Simon.
Yep. I can actually give you a brief history on them. So Komi the Knot was a board game company that specialized in detailed miniatures. They would have done a Kickstarters. Their most popular tabletop game is a game called Zombicide.
Okay.
And they have done multiple versions of Zombicides, ranging from Black Plague and Black Fray to like Green Tide, which is more fantasy takes on zombies, to Marvel Zombicide.
Oh, Marvel. Okay.
Yeah. So this is their miniatures game. They got the license for it. For Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire.
It's legitimately really fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice to hear. It's more fun than the finale of Game of Thrones.
Well, I wouldn't know. I haven't watched it.
I haven't watched the show, but I know anything's better than that. Even Legend of Korra is better than the end of Game of Thrones.
What season? I thought Game of Thrones was canceled after season 4. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
But I decided to get these miniatures. All right, so I'll start with how about Ninja? You did it. You got into it before I did a little bit.
Yeah, I mainly got it because I wanted to get like a cheap miniatures, get into like a cheap miniatures game at the time, because mainly on a rank and flank, I like So what break and flank means is that as opposed to one guy on the board,
it's guys marching around like in a group.
Yeah,
rather than guys individually, you're moving them.
Yeah, so like in Warhammer, and I do have a Star Wars game called Star Wars Legions, and it's similar to this, where you move them in groups, but they kind of move like squads.
Okay.
But as opposed to rank and flank, is that you're supposed to put them in a specific formations, like a rectangle usually, and you are moving in that way, and you take casualties from the back to go to the front.
All right.
And flanking is important. And anime guy, no, they're not equal. They're in terms of equally badness. There is always something. There's always a ranking. So, anyway.
Bless you.
So,
thank you.
So yeah, and this is probably the more loosest in terms of rank and flanks.
Okay.
The other comparison if we're reading through is Warhammer 40k, and that has a tome for a rulebook.
Well, the old world. 40k is the sci-fi stuff.
Oh yeah, my brain is.
Yeah, so many Warhammer stuff that don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, but like compare a tome. This had like 26 pages of rules.
Oh my goodness.
And a lot of. Well, I mean, it's a 40-page book, but most of it is.
Okay.
A lot of it is. Some of it is plot. Some of it is like. Shit, what was it called? Some of it is rules. They also have diagrams.
Okay.
You know, some of it is game modes.
Yeah, essentially, if you pick up if you decide to like, if you end up having like Settlers of Catan in your house, or like not like a Monopoly, but like a little bit higher in terms of board game with a lot more mechanics. It's kind of that style rulebook.
All right.
Yeah.
As opposed to Warhammer, which is a tome and that has a lot of rules, and it's structured
literally
like
literally over 100 pages of rules.
Hey, Changus. Check it.
Well, what you send me?
You could read through it in like less than an hour and then play it the next.
Yeah. But this game was definitely made for people who have...
This is sort of an introductory game.
Yeah.
It's very simple, easy to use, and very flavorful and fun.
Yeah. It's because it's definitely, there are some... And I was actually... To get a comparison, I was talking to Serena what it's like to playing Unicorn Overlord, which is a new tactical game that came out by Vanillaware.
Okay.
And having to explain to her kind of like the mechanics, like if you play the tutorial, it's literally you felt like you're kind of overwhelmed. It's like, oh, I'm pressing a button. Okay, why is everything going on rotation? What are the mechanics I have to deal with? And then after the prologue, you learn the actual mechanics of the game. Once you kind of understand it, and also where to look in your each unit has like a card.
All right.
That has where their stats are and all that stuff. Once you kind of understand it and understand the keywords, it becomes way quicker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Our first game took a lot longer than the other games once we got used to it. Once we sort of understood how it worked. I mean, that's kind of your first few games. I guess for every time we play a new game system.
Okay.
But you got the Stark versus Lannister set originally, didn't you?
Yeah, that's the one I have. I have Stark versus Lannister, and I bought a cavalry unit for Lannister and archer unit for Stark.
The Stark Bowman and Knights of like Casterly Rock.
No, the House of a Clegg one. The
Clegane Brigades.
Yeah.
But the Stark versus so each faction has a starter set, and that starter set has 4 units and 4 units, a group. The game is divided into combat units, non-combat units, and attachments.
All right.
For at least the model side, the combat, the attachments. If so, there are characters and
standard sergeant, like essentially, like it's either going to be a character that you have on that you got, or just like some units have like a standard sergeant character that could be the replacement.
So imagine attachments are your special unit that goes inside that can be used with a combat unit. It could, like, imagine got a bunch of swordsmen, and this is like the swordsman captain. But it doesn't have to be a swordsman captain. You could also replace him with a character. And that character, if you don't want to use them on the board, you can use a combat unit. You can use him in a non-combat unit role, where Game of Thrones has a sidebar with a bunch of different abilities, and you can use non-combat units for that. They also have specific abilities that they can use that affects the board and the combat units. But for each starter set, and the Stark vs. Lannister set is double that. I actually bought one myself for $70.
They're very cheap. It's super cheap. And in terms of painting, so we both did paint them.
You don't necessarily have to paint it. Each set comes with you don't build them. They come how they are in the box, and they come in. And each faction has them in their specific colors. So Stark would be a sort of gray blue. Baratheon would be a yellow. Would be a butter yellow.
Okay.
The Greyjoys are sort of light blue. Martell's orange. Lannister's red. And so you can blend like that, or you could paint them. And I decided to get the. I got into it because the miniatures are literally really fucking good.
Yeah.
Especially. And I decided to get myself a unit of Champions of the Stag, which is the Baratheon Knight.
All right.
And I was like, I don't necessarily want to get into this game, but I want just a cool models. I'd like to paint them up, have them on my shelf or something. And then and now I have that, and now I have the majority of the Baratheon army and a Stark vs. Lannister set, and a lot of those. And I've been playing like 5 games, and it's really fun.
Yeah, it's. So my experience. So of course, our first game was Greyjoy, which are basically Viking dudes, versus Baratheons.
Lovecraft Vikings versus like Germanic Stag Knights.
Oh, okay.
It was really fun.
Yeah,
like even in Whitney.
I lost that game because I didn't know how my faction worked, and we didn't even know what the tactics were. We
were kind of just bumbling our way through it.
Yeah.
and I won that game. Yeah, you have a point system, and whoever has the most points at the end of it wins. And for each game mode, there's different ways of gaining points. The second game was Baratheons is kind of cool. Baratheons is kind of cool because you have two different sub factions, the Stannis and the Renly side, and both of them play pretty differently. So, the first game I played Stannis, and the second game I played Renly. And then you play it was
Golden
neutrals,
Company.
but
Yeah.
neutrals with the Golden Company.
Yeah, which was very fun. I used an elephant in that one.
Or elephant, yeah.
And I ended up winning on. I won on points, but if the game would have gone longer, he would have creamed me.
Ah.
I don't. I would have. I lost that. I easily lost that game. I lost that. It's funny because you know in hindsight you're looking like, man, if I did this one thing instead of that other thing I did, I would have had a big advantage going through it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you're kind of excited going into like the second round using that faction again, because now you have a better idea of what you're doing, and you're going into the list, and you're like, oh man, if I did this and if I did this unit and with that attachment, I could get this result, and I could cream this, and I could kick this guy's butt. And then. But then we did the third match, which was I used the Lannisters versus your.
Yeah, I did a. Yeah, and I did like a meme. Kind of a meme one. I just did all of these Berserker types, but then I got all the Stark women as my NPCs, and that was the game where we learned about the value of having lots of NPCs on the tactics boards.
I also had no idea what I was doing with the Lannisters.
Right.
So that probably helped out a lot because it starts. You kind of just did attack, and I was like, okay, the Lannisters have a little bit more sophistication, and I have no idea what I'm doing, so I'm losing. Which is and the third and the fourth game was also, it was kind of the other way around because I was playing
a Night Watch, and I did an All Rangers listing,
and I was playing free folk / wildlings, and I just went Swarm.
Yeah, and
I think
that was my most salty.
I think you just lost a whole bunch of that. I think it was a bit more even than I think it was. I think it was a bit more even than we thought. I think you just lost a bunch of the rolls that time.
Yeah,
because you did not get good rolls that.
Die roll hated me so hard on that one to make up. And then our last game today. It's hilarious. My heart was beating at the end of that one. That was close. Yeah, it was close, but and also, so part of the mechanics is morale. So if your units takes damage from attacks, mostly, or like abilities, you have to roll 2 dice, and you have to get a certain number that's on your stat that represents by a flag.
Okay.
6 ups on, you add both dice together. If you fail, you roll something called a D3. So normally, you roll a D6, and you divide it by 2, and that's your D3 roll.
Okay.
So if I got a 3, it would become like 2 damage, because it's like a 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, 6. Generally. And I ended up constantly failing and constantly rolling high damage.
I got very close to beating you. Like if my Kingsmen were able to hit just a few bits higher, your commander would have been dead, and I would have got a few more points out of that. And then I were to pass that one panic roll with my Dragonstone Noble, we would have come out of that with a tie.
Yeah, there was like a lot of. I made some tactical errors in that battle, but the thing is that I understood my faction. I finally figured out a list to emphasize my faction's mechanics of using special tokens to.
I also made some tactical errors in that, which kind of messed me up.
Yeah, and we were playing like a different, and by the way, it's not just like one type of game mode. Like there's like 10 different game modes. 10.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, 10 different game modes that have different objectives when playing. Like some would be just a simple kill the other guys. Others is like you have to control these points, and each point has like a card that gives bonuses to your guys, but at the discount. At the cost of only moving like 2 inches.
Oh.
Yeah. The last one we did had these little mission cards, which were all right. If you killed the enemy commander's unit, you gain 2 points. Or if you claim this victory, if you get your non-combat unit, not on these 2 zones.
Okay.
You get if your enemy gets a non-combat unit on these zones, you automatically get a point. Just little stuff like that, which made the game really interesting.
Okay. So, how much is if someone wants to get this game, how much would we be looking at?
About just 100 for starter sets. But if you if you
get it like on eBay or like at a discount, you can lower it down to 70.
Oh, okay.
But we can play it for free on Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah, that's how we've been playing.
Okay.
But half the fun is getting the models and painting them up and making them look nice, because they are literally really good models. The Stark vs. Lannister starter set has some kind of older, not as good models, still fine, but not as good.
Yeah, I think the Lannister models on that set holds up a lot better than the Starks.
Okay.
In my opinion, but. Yeah, the other sets are like just got like getting cooler and cooler models.
The Baratheon, in my opinion, have the coolest stuff.
Oh yeah, like Baratheons and Greyjoys. And then what's so funny is that now they have a tactical game coming out, and I wasn't planning to look into it, and then Magic kept showing me models. Like on stream,
he looks so cool.
Oh yeah, you were showing that last night to Nijala. It's like, oh my goodness.
Look at him.
Yeah,
they got Roose Bolton. He looks like he looks straight out of Dark Souls. They got the holster totally.
Yeah, they look pretty good. So, yeah. Why does George R. Martin despise the way Tolkien did fantasy? I'm not into. I don't know. Someone more.
I don't think he despises it. He has a radically different point, and he has very strong criticism on some things about Tolkien. Like he infamously said, like, "What is Aragorn's tax policy?"
I don't think he ever went into the tax policy in the books.
Yeah. But like the whole point.
What is
It's weird how people were freaking over that. Like, okay, there were things that he likes that weren't in Lord of the Rings. So he's written very different books from Lord of the Rings because that's the stuff he likes to read.
Not to I like his books, but I think he goes too far on the deconstruction. I think as it goes on, he needs to start reconstructing it a little bit.
Okay.
Like, still keep the core, but start. Like, nobody wants to down fucking ending.
What is Aragorn's tax policy?
Especially to like a 7-book novel. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just still laughing at.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Oh no! Oh no, we lost him. Mashnik? Mr.
All right,
Mashnik?
he's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Tolkien. How would Aragorn solve the homeless problem? I don't know, George. I feel like there's bigger problems than the homeless at the moment. You know, such as the big giant eyeball staring at us, wants to kill us.
George, where's the ice zombies? You have your own version of the giant eyeball. Where are they? I've been reading this for 5 fucking books, and I do not get any ice zombies. What the fuck are they?
They're coming. They're coming. The ice zombies are coming. I trust me. They're coming.
I would love an ice zombie. The others faction, the White Walkers, would be really fun. You can get like a giant ice spider cavalry, and frost zombies, and giant zombie giants.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about it. Like, I think like for their like core unit, it would be like just shambling zombies where they are tough. I think like they're meant to be kind of tough to kill, but they're like melee only, and they do have like some of their cards or something because you do have tactics cards that you get to play. That does like crazy abilities. So like one of them could be like if you kill enemies, you gain health back. Essentially, because that's kind of the White Walkers thing is that their commander can raise the dead and add more to their ranks.
Okay. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. What about taxation? What about... I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing at that. It's really sad. Alright.
Yeah, like, the overall point in that one was just about detail, about, like, you have detail about, like, trees and how it looks, but you don't have, like, details about how this person rules and how his character reflects.
But right now, I'm just really excited to get to do the next game because I want to do a lot of the older stuff I did and try to figure out how to do it better next time and what's really fun to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely want to try out all of the other factions. Like the House Martell looks pretty cool, being inspired by Iberia back in the Middle Ages.
Spanish Moors.
Oh.
And then I definitely want to try to have my own take on the Free Folk.
Okay.
I'm probably going to have a lot of wolf chariots.
Martells would be fun as well, but I would like to do the Boltons, like the flayed men and stuff like that.
I'm trying to figure out how to do a Targaryen without relying on the Dothraki.
They have a bunch of They have a bunch of neutral units that are Targaryens have special rules for, and you got the Unsullied. They got a few other stuff that they have that aren't Dothraki.
Yeah, I may have to lean into Golden Company again. I would love to also do like the big game. We've been playing like medium game, like try to do a big game.
That's not anytime soon. That's like
right.
The medium game is already 3 hours long.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it's quicker the more you know, and you can also play smaller games.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
What's your like average like length of a game? Well, for you guys.
I would say about 2 hours.
2 hours? Oh my gosh.
Our last, I'd say that was because mostly both of us kind of gave, like when it's clear we were clearly losing. Like we gave up. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
But when it was neck and neck the whole time, it was 3 hours long.
Well, also we had to spend time dealing with Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah, say Tabletop Simulator. It works, but sometimes it's a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a lot of issues last time, which. Yeah, that probably caused a lot of the bloat.
I see.
Yeah. That was probably a lot. That was probably around like 2 hours 30 minutes then.
Yeah, and like unfortunately, like Tabletop Simulator, you can't just copy your the models that you pre-select on your list and put them on the board. Like you can with other miniatures games, you have to actually go through the process.
Okay.
Like some of the units for there's a few units for some reason all the Spanish specific units they don't allow you to re-heal wounds. So I had to get an infantry train and place them all individually on there. It was a pain in the ass.
Okay then.
But otherwise, it was it's still really fun to actually able to get down and do it.
Okay, just now I just thought of the solution to bring out a dragon.
The dragons are coming. Don't worry. I swear.
You actually can play dragons.
Oh, you can.
The dragons are here.
Oh, unlike George, the dragons actually came.
Well, the dragons are in the book.
Oh.
It's the ice zombies that aren't here.
They're coming. I swear. Don't worry. They're coming. Okay. The zombies and dragons are coming. Trust me. You gotta trust me. They're coming. Don't worry. The dragons are coming right. Yeah, don't worry. They're coming. I swear, they're coming. All right.
Yeah, and I think that's we really want to talk about. Song of Ice and Fire is so much fun.
But what about if Gandalf is essentially like an angel, he's got all this power, why does he do something about the homeless issue?
Gandalf, he's like, all right, I'll deal with the homeless. Laser beams them. There we go, no more homeless.
I don't know. It's just I can't help it that the Aragorn tax question is so silly. It's like, George, there's bigger issues going on than tend to tax.
I kind of wonder what the context of that is.
I kind of
it is very silly. That probably a joke. Not gonna lie.
I hope it's a joke because
it sounds like a joke once you start thinking about it.
Yeah.
I hope it's one too. All right, but
because it's like playing this game's like making me like want to like I'm not gonna get back into Game of Thrones, like watch the TV show or read the books or anything because
Well, don't even.
It's not gonna be fucking. It's one's not good, and yet it's not gonna be finished.
It's never gonna. That book's never coming out.
That man's gonna fucking die before that happens.
Oh my goodness. I told you there's like a counter of like how many words George writes for the new book, and then the count between for last year and 2022 was exactly the same, meaning all year long he wrote absolutely no new material for the new book.
But you know what he did write?
He wrote a lore book. He rather do that than actually write, the book that he's supposed to be working on.
I think George he wrote himself in the corner, and I'm like, George, at this point, just go back and start rewriting. Like,
I think
I think you're still gonna die, but at least you'll get write yourself out of the corner.
Yeah, it was Not who said this. I honestly believe Not's right here where the show's ending was the actual ending, and now George doesn't know what to do because everyone hates that ending.
I feel like the show's ending is probably like he told him what was gonna happen, but not how.
Yeah.
But so I was like, okay, Bran's gonna be king. All right, what's the context of that? Fuck you.
And also, it's like, Bran's gonna be king. Like, Daenerys gonna go crazy. Because that was one way if you looked at the books, if you were reading it.
Yeah.
Like,
Daenerys in the book was already kind of not so good, so. But I still find it funny, like, George saw the reaction to the show's ending. It's like, fuck, what do I do?
I'm pretty sure he did not plan for Arya to kill the Night King.
I don't know, but either way, I think George really is just going, oh, fuck, they didn't like the ending. Fuck, what do I do? Oh, they didn't like the ending, damn it! So. Oh, hey, Dark Ganon, the books are coming. They're coming in, Dark Ganon! Trust me! The dragons, the zombies, they're coming! Just trust me, they're coming! Don't worry! They're gonna come! Eventually! How many floppy wieners in the game, Imre?
Wiener, 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 wiener,
wiener, wiener.
You want to know who are also a bunch of wieners?
Who?
Wait.
Oh, Comet's muted!
Oh.
No! We can't segue properly! Damn it, unmute!
For a second, I thought it was Rooster Teeth.
No, we're gonna save Rooster Teeth for a bit later. I don't know. I guess you know who else has a bunch of floppy wieners?
The Master Cheeks.
The Master Cheeks. Whoops! Wait, hold on. Wrong thing. Here we go. The Master Cheeks and his best friend. I don't know what's a joke name for the Arbiter. He's too cool.
Arby?
Yeah, okay.
Arby? Okay.
So I'm gonna... Unfortunately, I'll have to hit the bed, so...
Alright.
Have a good night.
Have a good night,
Hi, man.
Alright. So, come on, I'm still hearing just a slight echo on your end. If you can fix that, just a bit. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Alright, so, Comet! Halo!
Yeah! Let's see, where do I begin?
Preferably as very little spoilers as possible.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
It pretty much is Halo Outcast is a book written by Troy Dennings.
Okay.
It's not a sequel to his previous book, but it's a standalone, but it's kind of a sequel, kind of not.
Okay.
Because it continued the storyline of previous characters from his last two books, Oblivion and Silent Storm.
Okay.
And the main characters of this is Dale Vadam, aka the Arbiter, and Olympia Vale.
All right.
a Spartan 4. And Singali, well, essentially a Sigalia. The joke is that she's a Singalia boo.
Oh, okay.
Hey, if you don't know what the Singalia are they called in the games the elites?
Oh, the elites. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well,
And well,
go ahead.
And it's set during the era of Cortana Pax.
Cortana. Oh, is this when Cortana became evil?
Yes. Well,
okay.
A fragment. Well, the thing is, with Cortana, it's like never mind.
Okay. Don't go any further. I know. Okay, real quick, I just want to say I know the really broad strokes of Halo lore. So like, I know at some point Cortana's gonna come back. So, oh my gosh, she's evil! Ah!
Forget what I said.
Okay.
Sorry, sometimes I forget when I hang out on Halo's story Reddit. Sometimes I forget. No,
okay.
Everyone's up to date.
So this takes place during Cortana being evil. Okay, so.
Yes, and they go into the planet Nether, which features heavily in the previous books I mentioned.
Okay.
To find a weapon to kill the Guardians, the big floating, the things that go planet to planet, make sure everybody stays in line.
Oh.
Which is kind of considering how popular they are. It's kind of, which pretty much shows how popular the Forerunners are. Because those things are essentially they're the equivalent of the police equipment to the Forerunners.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, so imagine with their military equipment, must be like, well, if you read the
where one of the female Spartans has relations with the Arbiter anime guy.
Wait, what? No.
No? Okay.
Guy, that must have been a fan fiction you read.
Okay.
No. There is a, but I think it got confused with the meme.
Okay.
But it wasn't the Arbiter. It was like another one of the playable elites from Halo 3 when you do co-op. They made it. They kind of had like a friendship going on, and you know how shippers are.
Oh, okay.
Like one of the authors got in on it and just jokingly made jokes.
Okay.
And they went out for it. And that combined with, Olympia Bell being a Sigalia boo. I'm saying that jokingly.
Okay.
She actually understands the culture and speaks the language and such. She's that. But yeah,
she's okay. But continue.
They're trying to find this weapon, and like I said, it continued and they go to this planet which contains well, I won't go into much, but let's just say it contains people who crash landed in those previous two books and were out of the loop for a while.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, but anyway, go. Now, what I really liked about this book is that it expands on Singili culture.
Oh, okay.
They one way they make agreements is to suck the marrow out of bones.
Huh.
Well, they cook the bones and suck the marrow out.
Okay.
Which I find kind of interesting about that because one of Olympia's friends, who is also another character, a supporting character, kind of disgusting, which I find a little bit strange, considering that it was saying 25, 56, or 59, I forget which I kind of figured by then all the cultures would be mixed together to a point where foods that we considered strange would be normalized.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think in Halo, because of the whole going to different planets, cultures have gotten more diverse, I think. Because there's, in one book, a culture that believes your afterlife is tied to the planet you're on. So if you die on a different planet, you cannot reunite with your ancestors.
Oh.
Yeah. And I remember one book where like one culture believed that don't believe in using combat stems or any sort of stem.
What's a stem?
A stimulant.
Oh, so steroids.
More like, so we gotta fight day and night. You stay awake.
More like adrenaline.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So their culture doesn't allow adrenaline usage. All right.
Yeah, but how about? Yeah. Also, on Troy Denning does write a really good book, but I have a couple of criticisms. It's really hard to follow at times when you describe environments.
Okay.
And this is like a common criticism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because for example, I'm currently reading Cold Protocol. I recently finished Contact Harvest. I have much easier time following those books. When it comes to environment stuff than Troy Denning, because he tends to I don't know how to describe it. His writing can be a little clunky.
Oh, okay.
I think he goes a little over detail, where to the point where it's hard to imagine. Like you think one thing, then like wait, no, okay, I gotta retcon my imagination.
Okay.
It's it's kind of like you can, just tell enough detail. But my thing, he go over detail when maybe you should just leave some things to the imagination of the reader. Like I remember reading his other book, Silent Storm. I had the same bit of trouble. Kind of stopped reading because I can't, because the way he described environments, wait, a mining strip, kind of like an octopus, and what?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Overall, it's a good book. It's always nice to see the author again. And I like his relationship with his fatherly relationship. Emphasis fatherly anime guy.
Okay.
Like Olympia Vale. I really like Olympia Vale. She's really they showcase her intelligence really well.
Now, if I remember correctly, this was around a time where for a lot of Halo story, you gotta read the books and stuff before you play the game. It's how is this book necessary at all to understand the greater story, or no?
I think you're asking the wrong person, because I'm the guy who constantly reads the Halopedia.
From my understanding, it's supplementary. It's more to explain why Olympia Vale isn't really around. Infinite kind of ignores all the other novels and just comes up with an ending to the created problem.
Oh, okay. Alright.
You're not.
Oh, not
Game
here.
Oh,
hold on. SGD is hiding behind not. That's not good. Bring him out. Whammo.
Sorry, I lost track of time.
No, it's alright. It's alright. Oh, were you saying comment?
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, it's a very on display. It's a good book. It's just that Troy Denning is a little over descriptive.
I see.
And his description can be a little clunky at times. His dialogue is good. It's just that when you start describing things like the environment, I'm
Okay.
But News is not as bad as I heard with Shadow of Reach when he used the word. What's the word? Lectured? When you could have simply used the word glass.
Okay. Alright then. Each 343 game feels like a reboot, anime guy. Alright.
Yeah, pretty much are.
Yeah.
They wanted to do their own thing in Halo 4, got a lot of backlash for it, so they scrapped everything they had planned for Halo 5, started over, got a bunch more backlash, started over, and then got Halo Infinite and got a bunch more backlash. And now we have a different team running Halo now.
The thing with Halo 5 is that they were planning on continuing the story, because that's what they should have done. Halo 4 was a good story. But then they got a new executive, and I was like, nope, we're going with trash. Trash. And we are all gonna eat trash.
So is the next Halo game just gonna ignore everything in Infinite then?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, the path they're going down isn't the worst. But, sometimes you just got to take the L and go and take the story back.
Yeah, and one day I learned that I think what Halo is an example of sometimes, there should be listening to the fans, and being beholden to the fans.
Okay.
Or I like to say, sometimes hire fans is not the best thing.
Okay. Halo 4 was a mid-story anime guy? Alright. I haven't played Halo 4 yet, so.
Mid-story?
It was a route that they needed to go down.
Okay.
I don't know if this is Halo 4. I just think it should have been a few more years down the line.
Oh.
Because, in my opinion, humanity is way too powerful for the short amount of time they had.
Oh, okay.
Remember the Cody's age extinction video? With it was like how how we don't really know what the makers are. We don't know. It never gets explained to us. That's the same thing with Infinite. We don't know what the Banished are. They never really get explained to us. And now we probably won't. Probably won't ever know.
Are actually explained a little bit. They're from Halo Wars 2.
Yeah, there's the Endless, which they never explain.
Okay.
Unfortunately, with the Banished, the depiction seems to change with whoever's writing them.
Yeah, can I go a little bit? I don't like how they've been taking the route they've been taking with Atriox.
Atriox?
He's the Banished leader.
Okay.
It's
names. Woo.
Essentially, yeah, he's the Banished leader. They kind of make him I remember he's like, one more he's like, we'll take anyone in. Human, Singeli, Brute, don't care. We take anyone in. Salary, he's like, I hate humanity.
Okay. Are the Banished supposed to be are they supposed to be a replacement for the Covenant?
They were supposed to be their own thing originally because they were made for Halo Wars 2. They weren't going to be in Infinite until they got a lot of warm feedback. So then they crammed them into Infinite. And because it changes whoever's writing them. Under 343, they're just the Covenant again. But in Halo Wars 2, they were distinctly different from the Covenant. They were their own thing. They did things differently. 343, just the Covenant again.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Also, I heard that they didn't want human enemies, so that's why they did the whole Aatrox not liking humans thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, but but yeah.
Alright. Okay, so then I guess my question would be now, so if I heard you, well, I have heard you, so if I decided to comment, ooh, this sounds, super interesting of a bookie, how can I get this?
Oh, I got it on Kindle.
Ah, how much?
Give me 1 second.
Alright.
Let me double check. Halo Alchemist Kindle.
Alright. They did change for the sake of change rather than let it naturally flow because they wanted to be separate from Bungie's Halo, even though Halo 4 requires understanding all of the Bungie Halo games. Okay.
Okay, let's see. On Amazon, it's... Okay, the Kindle is $13.99.
Okay.
The paperback is $13.80.
Huh. Okay then.
Yeah.
Well, alright, there we go. So, that sounds interesting to you, then, yeah. There we go. Oh, go ahead?
Oh, no, I was going to say, You know what's really interesting? Oh, no, don't. Okay. You know what's really interesting?
What?
I learned today that Ruby is homophobic.
What do you mean you learned today?
That's your change. I was trying.
No, comment. The schedule changed.
It changed?
Yeah, I put in the back.
Oh. I was looking at the wrong one.
Oh my. Okay, fine. Here, let me take down the old one so no one gets confused anymore. Okay, hold on, because remember, I changed it.
I had a comment. We were supposed to be talking about digital monsters.
I had the old. When Chains posted the old schedule.
I added all you guys also. Like I changed. Because I changed it because Matchstick for Matchstick. So okay, but anyways, we could talk about homophobic Ruby later. I don't know. I guess a good segue is are there any homophobic Digimon, SGT?
That's actually a good question. Are there?
Are there? Shit, now I'm actually fucking curious.
Sexuality doesn't really come into Digimon. Because typically Digimon aren't really treated like having sexuality. Very rarely do we actually get romance between Digimon.
Okay. Alright.
There was one time Blastman calls Beelzebumon a sexy man.
Oh, okay.
That was a weird scene. Ignoring the fact he was the head on the end of a whip for a dominatrix Lilithmon. Yeah, Cross Wars was a weird season.
Alright. Speaking of seasons, you want to talk about finally finishing up Ghost Game. Along with the
Digimon Dreamers.
Yeah. Which is the gag manga, right?
Yeah, the comedy.
Okay. So
I think next week it will be a year since I last talked about Ghost Game, because the last batch of episodes was kind of a batch of episodes that existed.
Okay.
And thought, like, we have a bunch of Digimon stuff coming out soon. Like Digimon Seekers ended last month, also this month.
Oh, okay.
It's ending for real today. we also have Digimon Liberator coming out this month.
Okay.
Which is a web comic. People are calling it a manga, but it's a comic book. There's a difference.
Okay.
Specifically spelling.
Alright.
So I guess the episode 58 is Pyramid, and it's about an ancient Sphinxmon going around turning people into bricks when they don't answer its riddles correctly.
Okay.
And gonna try and keep this brief because I just binged all the episodes yesterday because I got Monday off.
Okay.
So, Ancient Sphinxmon is turning people into stone bricks because it wants to build a pyramid to revive Pharaohmon, who was the ruler of the ancient digital world. And the episode itself is alright. Some things, like, we don't actually see what happens if someone gets a riddle correct.
Okay.
Like, we see a few people get riddles wrong, but never actually anyone. Like, what would happen if you got the riddle right? Would he just leave you alone or what? And what's weird about reviving Pharaohmon is they established in Ghost Game Digimon come back to life when they die. So how do you revive something that can't be dead? So it's one of the things that's falling over its own law. And of course, because we have Ancient Sphinxmon and Pharaohmon, we have Mummymon in the episode, who's kind of just there because he's a mummy.
Okay. What do you want, Nick? Okay, what? Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Thank you, Nick. Very cool.
Look at that chin.
Yes, I see the chin. God damn it. What does Prowl looking like Joe Swanson have to do with Digimon?
Nothing.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright.
Anyway, with Mummymon being included in the episode, I think a better route they could have taken would have been Ancient Sphinxmon is trying to turn Mummymon back into Pharaohmon because he could have been Pharaohmon in the past. But like, just, would have been better if they had done something like that. This is also Lemomon's evolution episode where he becomes Diabitmon.
Alright.
And the evolution, following the theme, is the worst of the three. So Angoramon's evolution's always been pretty obligatory. And it's kind of just like King of Weissmon's evolution scene, but with all their love for his partner taken out of it.
Okay.
King of Weissmon evolves because of his love for humans and the human world and their experiences together, and all his friends. Lemomon just evolves because he likes the human world.
Okay.
It's like, the human world is great, like, what about Ruli? What about Ruli? It is weird because he's supposed to have the strongest bond with his partner, but Ruli really doesn't come up.
I see.
We get a weird thing about Ruli where she says she still hasn't found a perfect hobby, which is why she's always looking for something to do. But in previous episodes, they implied that was her looking for a career path. Like, no, it's just a hobby. It's like, okay. And of course, with Lemomon evolving, it's kind of the last time he's really relevant. And he does feel like a very underutilized Digimon because they don't really get a savage Digimon partner. Like, his debut episode sort of hinted that something might have come of that, but as with Ghost Game, a lot of hints don't lead anywhere.
I see.
So that's disappointing. And it leads to the final ending, Take Me Maybe, which with the past few endings is kind of just a fairly plain ending, like it's an ending. There are some neat visuals, like we see Jilemon and Bastomon dressed up as pirates. And of course, the opening changes to have Diabitmon starting with episode 59, Jiraiya. And Jiraiya, of course, is the ninja who rides a toad in Japanese mythology.
Oh, okay.
So of course the episode focuses on a Tonosama Gekomon which likes fighting crime. And it turns criminals into bits of data, be it purse snatchers, bike thieves, and litterbugs.
Oh, okay.
Whenever anyone expresses any desire to get off Tonosama Gekomon's back because he needs his Jiraiya, they just sink into his back further.
Oh, okay.
So it gets us to more creepy factors. And of course, we have more scenes of Kyoshiro just geeking out over stuff. Like Magical Elf Detective and Fox Summer, so animes he already liked. But there's a weird scene when he runs into an associate called Meru, and she's happy to see him, but then surprised to see him. And like, I don't understand what is going on in that scene. Like, have they never met before and she didn't realize she was talking with a teenager or something? Because she switches from San to Kun. And it's a weird thing. But the area the episode takes place in is associated with Jiraiya. So there's a Super Sentai parody show going on.
Oh, okay.
So the Karashi Sentai Jiraiyas. And they're red, blue, black, yellow, and green, so there's no pink one because they're all men. And it's when Kyoshiro steps up to save everyone by replacing the last guy as the new Jiraiya. Because Tonosama Gekomon keeps thinking Jiraiya runs away, but he doesn't. And the Tonosama Gekomon is attended by a Gekomon, which is of course the pre-evolved form. And he seems kind of evil because he threatens Kyoshiro to keep his mouth shut about the whole sinking into his back thing.
Oh, okay.
But I think he's just looking after his lord. Eventually, of course, Kyoshiro is eventually absorbed into Tonosama Gekomon, who then beats up Lemomon and Kinavisemon until the time limit kicks in. And then he beats up Gamamon too.
Oh!
Like, really beats up Gamamon, so Gamamon becomes ghoulless.
Why? What's he have against
because he
Gamamon?
He thought Gamamon was a bad guy.
Yeah, that's okay. He certainly looked like a bad guy, alright.
The Golos' appearance feels a lot more obligatory this episode. Like, okay, it's just happening for the sake of it. They don't really have the build-up or gravitas. And then Golos proceeds to beat up Tonosama Gekomon.
Oh, okay.
And the Black Galgamon and Agumon are watching, but no one sees them. So no one ever sees them. And we actually have something interesting where Golos offers to save Kyoshiro if Hiro syncs up with him. So again, we get that whole desire for Golos to sync with Hiro.
Okay.
But Hiro denies him, so then he tries to kill Tonosama Gekomon until Hiro gets in the way and Gekomon frees everyone. And then Golos remarks that it's just a matter of time, which then Hiro repeats those words because he wonders what he means by them.
Alright.
And the Black Groundmon was also there, and then all the Digimon leave. And the Gekomon fixes everything, and the Tonosama Gekomon has Gekomon be his Jiraiya instead.
Okay.
And then they move in with that woman from the start of the episode, because she says it'll be like an anime. And Hiro wonders if this is what it means to be a bridge between humans and Digimon, so we continue that theme. Of the whole being a bridge between humans and Digimon. And episode 60 is Water Ghost, where there's Hangyoumon just pouring water on people's heads. But if it gets in their mouth, their eyes and mouth start spurting out jets of water.
Oh, okay.
And the interesting thing is they have like a vessel on the end of their harpoons, which makes them look like Hishaku, which is like a scoop you used to pour water on things. And they use for a bunch of different things, like could be used for shrines or whatever. I think they might also be used for bathing, or I'm not sure if that's a different thing. But it's like they used to use them to pour water on themselves before they got plumbing and whatnot, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Of course, the gang are in a town coming to attend a festival to an ocean deity. But by the time they arrive, there's already entire buildings filled with water. Like somehow the windows didn't break. But then the windows start breaking at the top floor, so it starts raining.
Huh.
Of course, the whole city gets flooded really quickly. So the kids have to investigate a strange mummy that washed up on shore. And of course, then we get lampshading that this is an evolution episode because it really directly mentions the Kuzuhamon and Ancient Sphinxmon shenanigans. And we also get Hiro brings up Kuzuhamon and Lolofmon talking about how there was a voice and someone is sending Digimon to the human world.
Ah.
And we get a kind of problematic Submarimon. He has very problematic opinions. I think he's a little bit critical of the differently abled.
Oh, okay.
He calls landfolk progressive because they hang out with Digimon. Like humans can't swim, so of course they don't hang out with aquatic Digimon. I think this Submarimon might be a little bit racist.
Oh. Okay then.
It's just a weird line that they throw in there, like, but humans can't swim or breathe water. Why would they hang out with swimming Digimon? And swimming Digimon can't leave the water, so why would they hang out with people on land?
Okay.
But Submarimon, because he's an aquatic Digimon, is immune to the water making people spit up water.
Mm-hmm.
And then so is Jellymon, despite her never having any real connection to water up until this episode. Like,
really?
Oh, she's a jellyfish. She's a jellyfish, so she must be connected to water. It's like, I guess.
You guess.
Like, so I wonder, like, would Karamon be immune too? Because he's also a jellyfish.
Huh.
Of course, the Hangamon's goal is to rescue the mummy, which is actually a dried up Cathilamon, which is a new Digimon in a reskin of Marine Angemon to look more evil and blue. And of course, the name Cathila comes from Cthulhu's daughter, who is destined to give birth to him after his destruction or whatever.
Evil.
It's Cthulhu with us and stuff. We get a line from the Hangimon remarking that humans are filled with a lot more data than they expected, which makes me wonder, like, is that why Digitamon was so satisfied after eating humans? Because they're so full of data.
Oh, okay.
Of course, Cathilamon's more of one of those not evil characters in this, but more in the sense of they just don't care. So they want to flood the whole world because they want to have fun, and they don't care who drowns.
Oh.
So of course we have Thetismon fighting Cathilamon because they're both underwater. And Kyosho steps up to help, and we get a flashback to the Tropiumon episode where he faced Tropiumon despite being poisoned.
Okay.
And then he and Gammon have to ride inside Submarimon, which is coincidentally similar to Thetismon's first trading card, which had a Gammon riding in the submarine as one of the Digimon surrounding her. It's like, that's gotta be a coincidence.
Ah.
But then Kyosho ends up getting knocked out of Submarimon, so then he and Thetismon start communicating telepathically, which comes out of nowhere and never appears again.
Oh, okay.
And Thetismon thinks of all the fun times they had together, but Kyosho remembers those situations very differently.
Oh.
It's like, I had fun. Those were awful times. So it, of course, is the evolution sequence. Which is probably the best one, which, again, following the themes, like, Jellymons are the best, Angoramons are the worst.
Oh.
And Thetismon likes people because they're what makes the world fun, and Kyosho thinks he likes people too. Which him questioning him liking people comes out of nowhere. Because he loves anime and stuff, but he's never depicted as asocial.
I like people. I liked him too.
Of course, Thetismon evolves into Amphimon.
Okay.
And we knew what Amphimon looked like a while before she appeared in the TV show, but I only realized during the evolution sequence she's a magical girl.
Oh.
Because I noticed, she has 2 long twin tail-shaped tentacles. Like,
I
don't like the design, but I'll talk more about that in a minute.
Okay.
Of course, they beat Cathalamon, who apologizes, and the whole beating them up and saying they're sorry kind of feels more played out at this point. Because originally it sort of made sense, but this one is less so. But then that's really then that's how the episode ends, and I think Jellymon and Rolly dress up as Mikos.
Oh, okay.
And everything's fine again. I guess with the whole Ultimates, Serious-mon was exactly what I expected, but like I didn't imagine it looking like that, but I sort of expected it to be a more humanoid shape. And a lot of people didn't like Serious-mon when he was revealed.
Okay.
But I like Serious-mon. I think he's pretty cool. Darabitmon's kind of they don't like him because they're kind of sick of dragon men. Like ever since War Greymon, it's kind of just a guy with a dragon head. I saw people saying really stupid things like, whoever made this doesn't understand color theory at all. Like, I don't think you understand color theory at all. Like, whoever made this is probably a professional artist, and I think the guy who said that's like 17 years old.
Oh, okay.
People don't like a design. They don't have enough of a courage to just simply go, I don't like the design. They have to come up with a reason to. Because they feel like if they don't like it for a legitimate reason, then something's wrong with that. And it's not true. You can just dislike a design all you want. Like, I don't think it's because it literally comes down to a basic opinion. Like what looks appealing to you may look atrocious to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I was saying like the pink on Serious-mon is like too distracting, but like if they went to the red, I think that would have been more distracting because the pink is a softer color, so it draws the eyes less. And Darabitmon is also pretty disappointing. I expected Lemomon to become something more humanoid, but he's kind of just a guy in uniform.
Okay. It's a guy in uniform.
Like we get a lot of Digimon that are just people wearing a costume, but they don't look like something a normal person would wear. Like no one's worn anything like what Sakuyamon wear. But Darabitmon's kind of just a European military uniform with a bunny mask and Simbara Angoramon's pants.
Okay.
So it's honestly a pretty underwhelming design. Then there's Amphimon, which is kind of just a big pink deep diver suit. Across a magical girl with a couple of elements tacked on to remind you it's a Jellymon evolution.
Oh, okay.
And I also don't really like Amphimon being a magical girl personality-wise. Because it's not just, this is different from what I hoped for Jellymon. I would have liked like a more of a progression of Jellymon's personality, because that's what all her forms were previously. She went from like a little gremlin to a teenager to a mature woman. It's like I saw some concept art for something. I thought it was Bayonetta, but I think it might have been fan art. Where the character's wearing a dress and it kind of resembled a jellyfish almost. So I think something like a woman in a ball gown would have been interesting and different, because a magical girl that punches things is something we already have in Digimon. Digimon Re-Arise gave us lovely Angemon.
Oh, okay.
So Amphimon's not really as unique as she would have been otherwise.
Ah.
And also a problem with Amphimon's design is it doesn't really look very Digimon-y. Like, I see certain things like the waist is similar to Alter S's, but there's just something strange about it. Like, I look at a lot of Kenji Watanabe art because I really like his art. And of course, you can see a lot of things he's drawn in Digimon in those things. Like, I saw this one picture, and it had Sparrowmon's guns and Beelzemon's tail and a bunch of other things. Because you look at certain artists and you can see the same sort of things being drawn over and over again. Like, you look at the original Pokemon, because all the designs were redrawn by Ken Sugimori, because the little things that he does with those designs. And Akira Toriyama, like, you look at his work on Dragon Quest and like Dragon Ball, like, you can see, you know, these things are absolutely made by the same guy. But also talking about Dragon Quest, like, you look at Dragon Quest stuff and you can tell a lot of it isn't Dragon Ball, but you can still tell it's Akira Toriyama. So it's, with Kenji Watanabe's art, you can tell a lot of it is by Kenji Watanabe, but it's not Digimon stuff. And so something about Amphimon, it just doesn't seem like it fits with Digimon.
Okay.
And it's one of those designs where I actually like it less animated.
Huh.
But it does have extendable feet. So that it's sort of, a lot of things have extendable fists, but they never do the feet. So Amphimon does both. So that's something neat, I guess.
Alright.
And as far as from a Digimon perspective, it's also disappointing how she loses her more healer role of Thetismon. So everyone just becomes another the fighter, and they're kind of going for something more unique with the Ghost Game Gang, but then they lost that for the final forms. And she kind of does too much. Like, she has ice attacks, water attacks, electric attacks. She can make a shield. But Ghost Game also continues a problem we've had for a few seasons now, of the ultimates come in so late, they don't really get to do that much meaningful stuff. It started all the way back with Atmon, because they only got their final forms in the final stretch, which is the last few episodes. They get one big fight and then the show's over.
Okay.
And of course, Colon Cancer had Wargreymon show up pretty early, Metal Gurumon show up a bit before the second to last boss. Then the final arc was just everyone getting their final forms. Hoemon got 2 appearances before the final boss, but she didn't really get a fight. The first appearance, she fought a volcano. The second appearance, she just made a Shakamon stop crying. Or start crying and stop trying to kill everyone. And then Phantomon and Seraphimon appear at the 4th to last episode, and they have to share a kill.
Oh, okay.
And of course, only Wargreymon and Metal Gurumon actually managed to fight the big bad. The rest of them just had to stay outside and fight tentacles. But the episode itself is pretty underwhelming, because kind of just this one thing happens, and then a fight happens, and kind of what most of the episodes are. And we get episode 61, which is Resurrection, and this episode deals a lot with death, but doesn't really have the weight. Like, it doesn't really handle it with the weight you'd expect of death.
It's lowball, is it?
Yeah. So the episode itself opens with a human researcher researching some kind of warped space, which I assume is digital gates. And then her computer explodes and she dies. That's how the episode opens. To just try to kill someone.
Okay. Ooh.
And of course, her funeral had an empty casket. Because her body was actually possessed by a Digimon. So her fiance kind of helped her body escape from the morgue before the funeral. So he keeps it at home with him. And gets up at night, and then they play newlyweds, I guess. They just spend time together while his sister is just really creeped out because she's the woman is dead.
Oh, gee, I wonder why she's scared.
Yeah, so like her name's there's Kotaha, who is Ruli's friend, so she invites Ruli to come over and investigate. And the woman who died was called Manami.
Okay.
Like there's a almost cute scene where Jellymon puts her head on Manami's chest, like she doesn't make the same noise as her darling because he's checking her heartbeat. Kids are making sure she's really dead, and she really is dead. And because her fiance's name was Toru, and kind of unnecessary parts of some Tsimemon just are filling the house. And there's Evilmon perching on the rooftops, but we didn't really need them. I guess it's to communicate that something's wrong, but like a body is getting up and moving, so we know something's wrong.
Oh, okay.
Of course, when Manami's body starts moving around, she can talk and pretend she's a person, but she's still obviously not Manami. And she's actually Moon Millenniumon, who is draining Korra's life force so it could transform into Z Millenniumon, where Millenniumon is a weird Digimon, because when it dies, it becomes a Moon Millenniumon, which is a crystal, and then it can become Z Millenniumon, which is the unbound form, but it's still bound by code.
Okay.
Z Millenniumon was the big bad of... the second to last big bad of Digimon Adventure Colon Cancer.
Alright.
And... Z Millenniumon is supposed to be this super powerful Digimon that can destroy entire timelines.
Oh.
So a lot of people were upset when it was kind of nerfed this season, because Manami's consciousness is still present within Z Millenniumon, who insists she is indeed dead, and they can use her body as a weak point to kill Z Millenniumon because she's not naturally a part of Z Millenniumon.
Okay.
So when they do defeat Z Millenniumon, her body just drops to the ground because she's dead. And Koru just cries over her as the episode ends. And everything's handled so casually. Like, there's a dead woman right in front of you guys, and you're all acting normal. Like, Gamon's like, did she go on a journey? And he was like, yeah. The Rare Ramon episode had a lot more weight than this. Like that was a much better ending, and they were done by two different directors. Like, I can't remember who did the this episode, but they hadn't really handled any emotional episodes of Ghost Game. While director Kakudo did the Rare Ramon episode, and he's a very experienced director. So it's unsurprising that he managed to get the Rare Ramon episode right. We get some weird translation. Like, I think they got new translators for these episodes because a few things were sort of translated the same repeatedly throughout Ghost Game until these episodes where they start translating things differently. Like, instead of asking if she went on a journey, Gamon just asks if she set off. So I guess notes were not passed on. But when they defeat Z Millenniumon, it turns back into a Moon Millenniumon crystal, which Hiro picks up and says he'll take care of. And then we see Blacktailmon just leave before it even shows up. So it sort of implies that they have plans for Moon Millenniumon. And we also see the dual V symbol appear again, so it makes me wonder if they have plans for Gammamon and maybe killing him to get rid of Gulas or something.
Okay.
Espamon was in this episode. Of course, he contributed nothing.
Alright.
But he expresses his desire to evolve, which he did previously.
Oh.
Just, hinting at something. And, of course, the problem I have with people saying Z Millennium was nerfed compared to last season is a whole discussion about power scaling and how you can have a villain be too powerful or not powerful enough, because if they're too powerful, they can't actually do anything. Which is what happened to Z Millennium last season. Because he becomes Z Millennium and then he scorches an entire continent. The problem is the kids aren't on that continent. Because it can't target the kids, because if it hit the kids, they'd die. It was too powerful last season. It's kind of something like Dragon Ball went through. Like I watched a Plague of Gripes video ages ago, and he's talking about how, back in this part of Dragon Ball, they were blowing up mountains. And in the current parts of Dragon Ball, they're still blowing up mountains because they can't go any bigger than that. Even though they are much more powerful than they used to be, they can't blow up anything bigger than mountains.
Oh, okay.
Because the whole relativity and the stakes and whatnot. Because in Dragon Ball, if we take Vegeta at his word, the bad guys have been able to blow up planets since Vegeta. Even if we assume that he's lying, or just overstating his own power, characters can still be able to blow up planets since the Namek saga. Because most of the game, Goku gets strong enough to fight 4th form Frieza, and 1st form Frieza could blow up planets. So if you're stronger than 1st form Frieza, you can blow up planets. But we never, Kui could probably blow up planets, Dodoria could probably blow up planets, Zarbon could blow up planets, the entire Ginyu Force could probably blow up planets, everyone after them could probably blow up, it could definitely blow up planets.
Then you get to, I was about to add, but then you also get to, Beerus, who is literally called a planet destroyer.
Okay.
And Goku can't beat Beerus.
And we see something like Frieza. Frieza can blow up planets in his 1st form, but he only ever really tries to blow up planets during the present story twice. He attempts 3 times, succeeds twice.
Okay.
Because he can blow up Namek. Because most of the gang don't live on Namek, they live on Earth. So when he tries to blow up Earth, Trunks just stops him. And then when he tries to blow up Earth a 2nd time, he actually succeeds. But he succeeds because Whis can reverse time to make sure he didn't blow up the planet. Because if you blow up the planet, everyone dies. Like what happened before Whis reversed time.
Okay.
So by nerfing Z Millennium, you kind of bring the stakes into a way they're actually a threat. Because the whole blowing up planets, that's too strong. The whole planet blowing up power can't threaten the protagonists. Because if we utilized that power, the story would be over. Another example of something which the stakes are in the right place is in Star Wars. The Death Star can blow up planets.
Yes.
Which wouldn't be a problem if the Rebels were a mobile fleet of ships. But the Rebel base is on a planet. Therefore, the Death Star poses stakes that could actually be realized in the story. Blowing up a planet's huge, but when the whole story is relying on you not losing this specific planet, that power can actually come into play.
Hmm.
And that concludes my TED Talk.
Okay.
Hey, James.
Huh? What? What the? Okay.
Well, I have no response to that.
I mean, that picture both fits and also kind of doesn't. It's so weird.
It both fits and doesn't fit.
Where did you find this? if okay, if Angel's just supposed to be Quagmire, who's Joe? Who's Joe? Is it Keith David's character?
I like to think. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a really
also, there's this. I'm gonna post it back now.
Oh my gosh.
There's a really good AI cover of Poison which has Joe singing it. I think there's also a Quagmire cover. I think the Husband Hotel song is just better with AI.
Holy crap!
Holy crap, Lois! I just made a hotel.
Holy
remember?
Holy crap, Faggy! We gotta. I just wanna have some hot cakes. Peter, what are you talking about? Oh, sorry, Lois.
Charlie, wait. Oh my gosh! I found this one.
What?
Give me a second, it's loading.
Okay.
Somehow it's even more cursed.
Okay.
It's just faces.
Does that mean Lois and Meg are in an are in a weird lesbian relationship? And
I don't think that's Lois.
That's not
Well, Meg is clearly Charlie.
Okay.
I know I can recognize the eyes. I'm assuming that's Connie.
Connie? Okay. Wait, who's Kristen?
I don't see Chris in this picture.
Well, who would he be?
I don't know.
Okay.
Fuck it, he's Adam.
He's Adam. Okay.
What kills me though is fucking Quagmire.
Yo.
If you think that's bad, why about that time I was a lesbian running a hotel in hell? Also, there's this.
Oh my god. You know, okay. Also, Roger, it both makes sense and at the same time kind of doesn't. I would say it would make sense, but then what they do is Angel does in Hasbro Hotel's like, okay, but at the same time, not really. So it's like, damn it.
Well, actually, Roger does go through an abusive relationship at some point.
Oh, he does? You never showed me that episode.
I should.
Episode is the fact that the minutes before they show him getting choked out in an abusive relationship, he talks about snorting coke and having sex with girls.
Wait, I like the idea that I love that the episode with Roger and the abusive relationship is called AT, the abuse of terrestrial.
What does Family Guy in American, what does Seth MacFarlane characters looking like Hazbin Hotel characters have to do with Digimon?
It doesn't.
Then why did you show this to me?
Because it's funny.
Okay, that's true. It's kind of funny. Okay.
It's the same reason I showed this.
Okay. Tell me, is SGT, does Digimon ever tackle abusive relationships? Oh my god, damn it, Nick.
I mean, Jory's father was an asshole.
Oh, okay.
And they try and make him out not to be a bad guy. Which is really effed up.
Oh, okay.
Sure, he told his selfish daughter to come home on her own, and come home in the sense of she has to catch a train by herself and go to her aunt's house in the country, but he's just awkward, guys. He loves his daughter, guys. Come on.
Ah, okay.
Of course, we get to episode 62, Phantom Floor, which is probably the worst episode of this bunch.
Oh.
Because it opens with a bunch of Digimon just harassing people in rooms. Like tying up an old lady in a web, which was done by a Kunimon.
Hey, I'm gonna head out.
You gonna head out?
You guys have a good night.
Alright, have a good night, Matchstick.
Good night, Matchstick.
And Impmon starts freezing a guy's room, and we get some Crunchyroll level translations, everybody. With the old woman tied up in a web, she says to an old man, "You," which doesn't make sense in context until we realize, like, oh, she's saying anata. And anata can have different meanings, primarily on their context. It can mean you in reference to a man, you in reference to a woman, or refer to one's partner, like dear. And that's clearly the context they were going for. But Crunchyroll translators are so incompetent they didn't even know that.
Ah, I see.
Of course, we have a friend of Aoi, who is one of Ruli's friends, steps into a weird space between dimensions in the apartment building, which then leads to a bad experience, and she moves away. Because all the Digimon causing trouble.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Espamon gets into an argument with Hiro because he's not the real hero, so he decides to leave and go find the real hero. And then Hiro doesn't stop him, which as per the trope makes him even more upset.
Okay.
And Espamon remarks that if Hiro were the real hero, he could help him evolve. Which is why Espamon's been looking for Hiro the whole time. He just wants to evolve. So I don't think they actually knew what they wanted to do with Espamon. They just needed to write a conclusion to his character. Because I don't know, I've talked about how Espamon's just a character who exists.
We did it!
Carl! Oh wait, no, wait, Cartman. Why did I say Carl? Cartman, what are you doing in Digimon?
Forgive me, kid. Ignore me. Keep talking.
Okay.
Ignore me!
Ignore me!
We also see a Sunarizamon harassing some lady in her room, too. And I guess Espamon decides to move into the building as well, because it's filled with Digimon.
Okay.
It's like, Ruli and I go and investigate, looking for this mysterious 13th and a half floor. And then we meet a Hyarimon, which makes its animated debut, which is a little snow baby Digimon. Then Aoi gets trapped in the 13th and a half floor, and we see Digimon like Gardramon, Marjamon, Atomamon, Haguramon, Gogmamon all in the building. And then Espamon shows up to help get her out of the 13th and a half floor. But then that leads to a very contrived conflict with the Digimon of the week, Clavis Angemon, because he's using the building to shelter Wiggle Digimon, and he doesn't want humans on the 13th and a half floor. But Espamon helps Aoi get out, and to do that he needed to lend her the key, but him lending her the key is a contract violation, so he also gets kicked out, and then Clavis Angemon tries to kill him. All for just trying to get a human out of the building.
Oh. Okay.
And Clavis Angemon defends his actions, saying they were only taking up the floor between spaces, and the rooms humans weren't using. Which we know is an objectively a lie, because we saw several Digimon being harassed by humans in the real world. So I don't know if the writers just forgot their own writing or what.
Oh, okay.
But Espamon, of course, says that he's upset with Hiro because Hiro's not the real hero. If he were the real hero, he could make him evolve.
Okay.
So Hiro also gets pissed off, and that helps Espamon evolve into Hover Espamon. And they beat Clavis Angemon and manage to talk to him, and then he agrees to stop using rooms with humans in them, which he denies doing earlier.
Oh, okay.
And then Aoi knows about Digimon now, but she says it's not to worry about it. So we don't really get a payoff for Aoi learning about the Digimon. Like, it's sort of implied that something might come of Aoi and Mika suspecting something's going on with Ruli. Like, Ruli will tell us when she's ready. That, like, back in the Fall Out One episode, so of course that doesn't end up happening.
Oh.
Like, running theme, not really getting any meaningful payoffs.
I see.
Then you go to episode 63, Gluttony, which Ruli eats something strange and then gets an insatiable appetite. And she just can't stop eating foods, so you just see a lot of the episode is the gang eating food. I got a remark about Kyoshiro talking about how buffets were introduced to Japan by a hotel manager who visited Denmark. And uses the word Viking. Because I believe the style of buffet where you eat separately from the food table, like you take what you want and then go back to your table, it's called a Viking in Japan. So they also use the term buffet. So there's a Legomon, which has an attack called Viking Buffet.
Okay.
So they just swap the B's and the V's in Viking and Buffet as a play on whole Viking being covered under buffet. But Ruli's hunger gets so bad she tries to eat Gammon's tail.
Oh, okay.
And also threatens to eat Hiro.
Okay.
She was possessed by the Digimon Quartzmon, who was using clones of himself to gather nutrients and life energy. And Quartzmon made its debut in Digimon Cross Wars, the young hunters who lived through time. Of course, when Quartz related to clocks, its whole thing was time. So we get it makes references to time and stuff, which if you understand the context, you know why it's saying those things. But in the episode itself, it's just saying them for the sake of saying them. Because its actual goal is to gather energy for a bunch of baby Digimon it's sheltering. Because a bunch of baby Digimon got sent to the human world, so it's keeping them safe and feeding them. I really like how it really doesn't care about Ruli, and I kind of like that. Because I'm just trying to feed the babies. Yes, but Ruli is going to die. Yes, but the babies. But they managed to talk him down, and he realizes he realizes what he's doing is wrong because he doesn't want to kill anyone. He just wants to feed the babies. But then Amphimon says we can use food from my Digimon farming business. Back from episode 55 to help feed the babies. And of course the episode ends with a bunch more Digimon arriving in the digital world, which marks the final stretch of Ghost Game. Episode 64, The Call, which has a mysterious fog take over a a ship called the Toei 3, so we get a Toei reference. And it turns them into mind slaves.
Okay.
So, and Hirogambon, Kotaro, and Fukatsu are out fishing, which leads to them getting stranded. And, because, the fog. And we get some more Digimon at the usual Digimon meeting spot, which also bring up the voice telling people to run and go to the human world. And we get some setup is Esmon is waiting for Hiro to get home. He was stuck at a fishing spot. So he eats some sour plum candy, which is a different kind of candy from the kind Puchimon one in episode 50. But Hiro and Ko board the fog-infested ship. And the fog suppresses the Digivice's power, so they can't form a big field. They can at least form a small bubble, which I thought from the preview that was a new feature. That's kind of a pointless feature. But then they established in the episode and stuff no, it's the fog is so powerful they can't use the Digivice properly. So it was good. The villain of the day is Digimon. Who wants to turn people into fish people because this is, it's a Lovecraft story, I guess.
Okay.
And of course, it uses illusions to fight the gang, but Esteban uses the sour candy from earlier to snap everyone out of it.
Let's go.
So pay off, and Esteban does something useful for once. And then we get a really out-of-place dice roll, which people think is because the Call of Cthulhu is a really popular tabletop.
Uh-huh.
But in the episode, this is just completely contextless.
Oh.
It's like, hey, here's just a random dice roll for no reason.
Woo!
Degamon becomes a giant, massive tentacles, which I guess is a reference to its reference book profile.
Okay.
It's also turning black for some mysterious reason, foreshadowing.
Oh.
And of course, get stuck in a trap set up by Blacktailmon, Uva, and sent back to the digital world while Cathilamon and Hangyamon make their return from a couple episodes earlier to rescue everybody before anything bad happens. And then the hero's father, Hokuto, finally shows up with a Terriamon, specifically Terriamon Assistant.
Oh, his dad's finally here. Okay.
And Esmon calls out Hokuto for lying when he said the hero was his spitting image. Hokuto doesn't quite remember saying that because Hokuto's kind of dumb.
Oh.
Well, it's like what Jellymon said all the way back in episode 40 is Digimon don't quite understand humanisms.
Oh.
And then suddenly the internet shuts off for the whole world, and all the Digimon start feeling sad because they can no longer feel the digital world. And a few Digimon reappear, like get a glimpse of Kinkakumon again. After ages. I never got that second fight. And one thing I saw being discussed about the episode is people again bring up how Degamon resembles more of Cthulhu than Dagon. But looking into Japanese stuff, Dagon being depicted more like Cthulhu doesn't seem to be a very uncommon interpretation.
Oh, okay.
Because for years Dragon Quest has used the Octophant, which is of course an octopus with an elephant trunk. And its Japanese name is Dagon. Then in Jujutsu Kaisen, there's a character called Dagon, who's just a red Cthulhu.
It's just a red Cthulhu, okay. Oh my gosh, Jujutsu Kaisen, I know what that is. That's what the hip kids are into now.
And episode 65 starts the first of a 3-part arc.
Okay.
As Black Zone of Death. And Hokuto doesn't really explain anything about what's been going on, so I don't really get any payoff of him being in the digital world for about 2 years.
Oh.
He doesn't talk to them about Gulas or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
And he points out Gamamon is still wearing his sleeve, and I saw some people surprised that they never noticed this, even though people were pointing it out in the first episode. And Terriamon Assistant explains how some black substance is turning everything black in the digital world from the and Upamon says that it was even affecting the oceans and rivers.
Oh. Black.
Hiro can't sleep worrying about the digital world, so he stays up and we see Moon Millenniumon for the last time. So we get no payoff for Moon Millenniumon. So it's something like, why didn't Blacktailmon just take the Moon Millenniumon if you weren't going to do anything with it? Because they specifically have Blacktailmon leave before showing up. As they were showing, yeah, we have plans for this, but they didn't have plans for it. And Emma reappears and tells Kyosho about how there's hologram ghosts everywhere, and we get some random Digimon showing up like Hippogriffmon and Cockatriemon, and Jumbo Gamamon makes its anime debut.
Yay.
And Hokuto explains he went to the digital world because his Digivice malfunctioned, and Digivice can open gates. But the kids are worried that they'll burn up if they go to the digital world, but Terriamon says you'll be fine if you have a Digimon. But then Bakumon just says, no, Bakumon was lying. Which people were surprised that Bakumon was lying, but talking about before I went back and watched the original scene, it was pretty clear it was lying. Then episode 40, they reanimated the scene to make it even more clear he was lying.
Why do people think he wasn't lying?
They just didn't pay enough attention.
Okay.
They paid no attention to his body language. or his facial expressions and the sweat drop on his forehead.
Okay.
So they just weren't paying attention.
Alright then.
So Kuzuhamon returns and sends the kids to the digital world, but Hokuto gets left behind because he wanted to go back to the digital world for some reason, because he didn't leave willingly the first time. But he gets an idea when he sees Hero's dorm mates after they were eavesdropping on everyone.
Alright.
And they arrive in the digital world, and I don't like this depiction of the digital world because it's just Cyber Sleuth's depiction of the digital world. And I didn't like Cyber Sleuth's depiction of the digital world. Because they only go there at the end, it's fully corrupted, they go and find a big bad and leave, and that's it. It's like...
You don't like that?
Yeah, I kind of miss the more creative interpretations of the digital world that we got from Adventure, which was heavily inspired by the Digimon world depiction. But then later things, especially in the case of Tame, is just depicted as really bland.
I see.
Because you see a Kawagamon and Brachymon infected by the black stuff, and they have a black, magenta, and gold color palette. But Kawagamon also has blue, which is kind of weird because the blue, it comes from Hokuto's sleeve. So why would any of the Digimon have the blue if the blue is not a natural part of Gulas? Because obviously, you can tell from the color scheme, Gulas is behind this.
Whoa, Gulas.
But the gang run into a infected Rafflesamon, so she has a black color scheme.
Alright.
And Rafflesamon have a very short lifespan. So this one wants to live forever and wants to be the last thing alive. So it consumes the entire gang.
Oh, okay.
But then after Seriousmon gets consumed, Gulas starts talking to him and destroys Rafflesamon from the inside. And I really hate Gulas communicating with Seriousmon because it establishes them as being two separate personalities. Which was never a thing up until this point.
I see.
And I'll have more to talk about with that later. But then Rafflesamon spits up the whole gang as she dies, and also coughs up some Kokubba which make their animated debut, and Saberjamon from way back when, who then flies the gang
over
to...
that she just died. Yeah, she died. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, she just dies. And then Saberjamon flies the gang to a floating city in the sky where the voice is, and he says Dark Lizamon got taken down by the Black Thing, which I guess it's supposed to mean the black stuff.
Alright.
So I guess he got infected, like, I don't know, bad subs. And then ends the episode with a Bloom Lordmon showing up, guarding the city. So we get quite a few animated debuts this episode. But you also get a traditionally colored Rafflesamon in the Analyzer. But what's annoying with Rafflesamon is they modified the design to have these sort of lenses as eyes. But Rafflesamon doesn't have eyes. It kind of throws off the design because you can clearly tell those aren't supposed to be there.
Okay.
Because Rafflesamon was designed as a combination of Rosemon and Lotusmon. Because Lotusmon is kind of a reimagining of Rosemon. The three of them don't have eyes. But it just makes the design look off. Then episode 66 is the Jet Black Dragon Destruction. So Saberjamon just leaves before a fight can break out with Bloom Lordmon.
Okay.
Who denies the gang the right to see the great being, as he calls them. So then he beats up the whole gang really easily. So like I said, the Ultimates don't really get to contribute. Because the last significant thing they do is this episode. And it's getting beaten up.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, Ultimates barely get to contribute because they come in so late, starting with Atmon. Thanks, you piece of garbage. And it turns out Hokuto is having Hero's dorm mates just deal with Digimon in the real world. And Fukatsu is surprised to learn that Mikrakmon, Vicious Mode, and Gammamon aren't holograms after all. Shock, surprise face.
Okay.
But Kotaro wasn't surprised at all. He's just really chill about it because, like, yeah, Kotaro's been through a lot of crap throughout the season.
Oh, okay.
Bloom Lordmon deduces Gullus is inside of Gammamon, so Gammamon becomes Gullus. And Bloom Lordmon calls people referring to him as the Dark Conqueror. So I guess it's more reinforcement that Gullus was once a tyrant in the digital world.
Okay.
And he reveals he is part of the... He is the reason for the Black Corrosion, which is called the Gullus Realm Burst. And the Gullus Realm Burst is a reference to gamma ray bursts, as per Gammamon's name being a reference to extrasolar gamma radiation. I don't really see anyone talking about that. Like, I feel like I was the only person who read this guy's interview, because he establishes Gammamon's name comes from extrasolar gamma radiation. Let's be like, oh, it comes from gamma, like, the word, like, no, it comes from gamma radiation. Dang it.
Okay.
What's weird is Gullus said he left the Gullus Realm Burst in the digital world before he left the first time. But Gullus's debut seemed to imply he was kind of dormant within Gammamon until the trauma of Bakumon's death awakened him. It's like, no, he was conscious the whole time. Like, was he? Because the Gullus we get in this episode is fundamentally a different Gullus. From the Gullus we were built up to. It definitely feels like after a point they kind of just abandoned the plans they had for Gullus.
Okay.
And the series composer just had to come up with a conclusion. Because, I don't know. And we don't really get any payoff for Gullus wanting to sync with Hero because he just evolves on his own into Regulusmon, which is like an evil kin of Icemon. And a lot more regal looking. And he says that his goal is to create an army out of Digimon who gain new evolutions to survive the the Gullus Realm Burst in his Eat or Be Eaten world. And then together they will eat everything.
Okay.
We get more weird translations where Gullus regularly says devour or be devoured, with like, you know, I take it the translators never heard of the term eat or be eaten, which is kind of just what normal people say.
Is that really? Is that really all it is? He just wants to eat people.
For now, yes. It's like, not really a thing Gullus was interested before this episode, but now suddenly he is, and his motivations will change next episode too.
Okay.
Well, changes. That's the will of nature.
Okay, but why? I get what you're I get your reference comment, but like, why do they want to eat people, though?
It's
survival of the fittest. You don't eat, you don't survive.
Yeah, it's kind of what they were going with Gullus from his first appearance, was eat or be eaten, as in the strongest will survive.
Okay.
But now it's just literally become eat or be eaten.
So it's...
Then Hero offers to sync with Regulusmon, and Regulusmon's kind of hesitant, like, but you really wanted Hero to sync with you before, but now it's like, hey, what are you planning, pal?
Okay.
But then the Digivice just miraculously turns him back into King of Icemon. But Regulusmon remarks that it was his body first, and then everyone gets sucked into their inner world, where it's just this strange space with little galaxies floating everywhere. And King of Icemon and Regulusmon split from each other into separate entities, which is something I was afraid was going to happen way earlier, so I really wasn't happy that it did happen. Because I don't like them being separate entities. It was a lot more interesting where they were just the one person.
Okay.
But then King of Icemon becomes Siriusmon, they fight, and Regulusmon blows a hole through his chest at the end of the episode.
Is that it? That's just the end of Gullus?
That's the end of it. He blew a hole through Siriusmon's chest. So Regulusmon is fine. Siriusmon is dying. So the good Gammamon is dying.
Oh, okay.
And final episode 67, The One Who Consumes All. Gammon's trapped in some world where everything's disappearing and a bunch of Regulusmon start appearing and eat the boundaries of the world.
Oh, okay.
And Gammon feels sad because he's going to disappear.
Oh.
And Regulusmon begins absorbing Siriusmon's data. Some mysterious voice sends Hero into this world where everything's disappearing, where he quickly finds Gammon, but he realizes it's actually Regulusmon because he says normal words like fish, chocolate, and Kyoshiro instead of Kira, Saikyo, and Kyo.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't believe Gulus wouldn't have been able to swallow his own pride and just talk like Gammon.
Uh-huh.
Because he just completely destroyed his own plan. If he just said those few words correctly, he would have won.
Hmm.
But it just seems really lazy. And then we get to the gaslighting.
Gaslighting?
Regulusmon says Hero knows he doesn't like the way Gammon talks. So that's gaslighting because that was never established. Gulus never acknowledged Gammon as a separate entity.
Uh-huh.
Because every time Gulus has appeared, it's been on screen. He's never appeared between episodes or whatever.
Oh.
Because the only time he ever acknowledged Gammon's existence was his debut episode, and that was when he was asserting he was indeed Gammon.
Oh. So, the writers just changed their minds?
Yeah, they just seemed to do that with the last few episodes.
Oh.
I think it was one guy said he was responsible for writing the finale, like the series composer, and people thought it was music composer. Like, no, it wasn't music composer. It was the guy writing the series, like the one guy writing the overarching story for the series, which I think was the director.
Would that be funny too if the music composer was starting to write? Oh my goodness. Put you on the team, buddy.
Yeah. But Hero does rescue the real Gammon,
Alright.
and then Siriusmon defeats Regulusmon by first transforming back into Gammon, then transforming through all his forms, and the band on his left arm lights up according to the form he's taken, and
Okay.
Hero's vital bracelet also takes on the same colors, which is a neat. So we see the Gammon band is like a vital bracelet. And I think it's coincidental that the dual V was red. And Siriusmon's gun swords break, so he can use his final attack, which he didn't use in his debut, which is just to punch someone really hard. So you also see that he has a yellow band, and after punching Regulusmon so hard he turns back into Gulus Gammon, he opens his mouth, a bunch of ghostly apparitions show up and engulf Gulus Gammon, who then gets eaten by Siriusmon, and he talks to an internal Gammon inside of Siriusmon. It's like, oh, you ate me. I give up. Because he's like, oh, for this eat or be eaten world, and he got literally eaten, so he gives up.
Oh.
And then Gammon lays down some rules, and that's it. That's the end of Gulus. It was really underwhelming. I kind of thought from the beginning we'd have to, convince Gulus to not be evil anymore. Like, no, you just gotta eat him.
Oh.
And then it gets worse. Because Gammon just releases this code that fixes literally everything.
Oh.
All the people, all the Digimon and environments and plants go back to normal. And he says that it's medicine Gulus made.
Okay.
That is just so terrible. And
Alright.
And people are expecting Regulusmon to evolve further because Regulusmon has a further evolution, but I talked about this ages ago. Just because an evolution gets made for a product doesn't mean it shows up in the show itself. But honestly, I would have taken a collective minute of those new evolutions and have them fix everything instead of Golas made medicine. Because
Okay.
he's just so lazy. Because the evolutions for because Regulusmon comes from Regulus, which is the same thing Golas comes from, and then the evolution Arcturusmon also comes from a star, and then there's the combined form, which is Proximamon, which comes from the nearest star to our solar system, and Proximamon has the power to create and destroy everything. So you could have just had a scene where Regulusmon absorbs Siriusmon's data, so he becomes Arcturusmon, because Arcturusmon is just an evil Siriusmon. Then Siriusmon consumes Arcturusmon, they become Proximamon, fixes everything rather than doing the whole Golas made medicine thing, but whatever. And then they meet, after fixing everything, they meet Quantumon, who again has a design I don't really like because it doesn't look very Digimon-y.
Alright. So...
and she's the one behind everything.
Oh, okay.
She was sending Digimon to the human world so they could absorb human emotion. So she was, as they established in Ghost Game, Digimon were coming to the human world even before Hokuto went to the digital world.
Okay.
So even before that, she was sending Digimon to gather human emotion, because human emotion would lead humans to make unthinkable decisions that would then result in the eventual collapse of both the human and digital worlds.
Okay.
But then a hero has the goal to get upset, like, you're just using Digimon like pawns in a game. It's like, no, she's trying to save the world, hero. None of this is a game to her.
Alright.
And then Jellymon and Garomon, like, oh, we're okay with it. It's like, no, you're also in the wrong. People died. Just because the situation benefited you doesn't make it okay.
Okay.
And Quantumon explains things like, oh yeah, I made the limiter, and I helped make the Digivices in Hokuto, but the limiter wasn't strong enough to suppress the Digimon from becoming ultimate forms because the synchronization was just so strong. And she also explains she posed as a researcher to get digital gates built into technology, which is why Blacktailmon would randomly show up and create digital gates out of technology. Just really trying to explain everything away in the last episode, except for the stuff we actually want answers to. Like, when did Golas become Gamamon? Because Golas was originally was the original Gamamon. So when did he stop being Golas? Like, never explained.
Oh.
But Golas takes over Gamamon's body again, and the 3 black Digimon appear, who were actually sent to watch over Gamamon to make sure he didn't cause trouble, because they knew he was Golas the whole time, even before he became Golas for the first time in the human world.
Oh.
So Quantumon knew about Golas the whole time, which, like, so why did she let Hokuto send Gamamon to the human world if he was so dangerous? And she calls the Golas realm burst Black Corrosion until this point, where she suddenly starts calling it the Golas realm burst. So did you know it was the Golas realm burst, or did you not know it was the Golas realm burst?
Okay.
And the black Digimon were watching over Gamamon because I talked about this before, but I suspected the black Digimon weren't evil because of the same Digimon's profile, and that was Regulusmon's profile, which says that Digimon with black Digitron are resistant to the Golas realm burst. But of the 3 Digimon they picked, only one of them actually has any ties to black Digitron.
Alright.
The Agumon is just black. It has nothing to do with black Digitron. Because evolutions are blue. Not black. Because it comes from Metal Greymon was originally blue, and then the anime made an orange version.
Okay.
So they made a blue Greymon to go with the blue Metal Greymon, because they had an orange Greymon to go with the orange Metal Greymon. Then they also made War Greymon, but black, and a black Agumon to go with it. Which was called Agumon and War Greymon until 02 called the Black War Greymon, as not to confuse it with War Greymon, who was in the same season.
Alright.
The Black Growlmon is just a more feral evolution of Gilmon, so it also has no ties to Black Digitron.
Okay.
And then Black Galgamon is actually tied to Black Digitron because it ingests Black Digitron during evolution, causing the effects of the Black Digitron to be permanent. Which I think otherwise they're only temporary.
Okay.
So there's things like Black Galmon have ties to Black Digitron, but they didn't use one of those. And Golos explains he is actually from space.
Oh.
His goal was to build an army to eat the Doombringer, which destroyed his home planet many years ago.
Okay. So he's an alien.
And it will arrive at Earth in 2,000 years.
Okay.
It just feels like a very low, why are you taking this seriously kind of ending. It's like, oh yeah, we don't care. We want to make it very clear how much we do not care.
Oh.
But like, the Digimon are freaking out like 2,000 years, that's not enough time. But the humans like, what, it's 2,000 years? That's a long time away. So Quantumon wants to bring all the Digimon back to the digital world, but the humans insist they can make a world where humans and Digimon can coexist to stop the collapse of their world. But Quantumon's like, that's actually pretty risky and might lead to the collapse of both worlds. Like, but the alternative is the collapse of both worlds anyway. It's like, so if we keep the world separate, everyone's going to die. But if humans and Digimon work together, everyone might not die. And then the kids... I didn't notice it the first time, but the second time I saw Quantumon creates a new world, and then the gang go around trying to invite humans to come and live in this third world alongside Digimon, so they can eventually stop the potential collapse of all two worlds, plus the new one they make, I guess.
Okay.
So it's just a very strange ending. I was like, even the second time I feel like I should hate this ending, but I don't.
Okay.
But it's weird, like
why don't you hate it?
Like, I don't know, I just didn't hate it. I hate the things they did, but I still enjoyed myself. I guess, which is kind of the whole season. It's like, unfortunately, because they didn't pay off any of the stuff they should have paid off and were clearly setting up for a payoff. I can't really recommend it as someone who, if they're new to Digimon.
Actually, so you pretty much went full circle?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, you hate it so much that you went back to not caring?
Not really. Like, I like the season overall. Where it's not really the first season to jump into if you're new to Digimon. Even like, at first it seemed like it was, but the whole ending, I think, would disappoint a lot of people. Overall, it's kind of a middle-of-the-road season.
Okay.
Right, it doesn't really do enough to lift itself up because of 67 episodes. I'd say there's only one great episode, which is a shame.
Wow.
And it was coincidentally, kind of had nothing really to do with any of the Gula stuff, which is the Prison of Fire, so the whole Doctormon, Saberjamon episode is by far the best. And it's a crime that director only got to direct the one episode.
I see.
But like, after the show came out, we did get some interesting things. Like, the director said they wanted to do something episodic because of the whole streaming being popular.
Uh-huh.
It's hard, attention spans and whatnot. And someone's like, oh no, Masuda logic. And unlike with Masuda's a friggin' idiot.
Oh.
This guy actually had a point because it doesn't really cost you much to change the channel. Like with video games are a big investment, like $60 to get into a video game.
Yeah.
And most of it is like, oh, we have so many video games, what's the point of competing for people's attention? Which is like, it's just dumb. Doesn't make any sense. While the director of Ghost Game is more like, there's so much to watch. We don't want to have too much of a... we want to make a show where you can just put on an episode and understand everything that's going on, which I like. That I understand that's what they were going for, and I think they completely failed.
Oh, okay.
Because there's definitely parts where you're going to be really confused in this episode when Piccolomon shows up, because it's not Piccolomon's debut episode. It's like, who's this Digimon? Because they're just treating it like it's not their debut episode. They're treating it like you understand who this Digimon is. Especially the Gullis stuff. You need to watch the Gullis episodes sequentially to understand anything going on with Gullis.
Okay.
Which isn't... and the whole thing about Ghost Game being an episodic series is Digimon, it's kind of similar to format to what they've been doing since Cross Wars. Where it's sort of semi-episodic, where it's kind of most of the plots are still self-contained, but it's still within an overarching journey. But if you watch something like Scooby-Doo, you can pick up any episode of Scooby-Doo, and it's not a wider journey. They're completely self-contained episodes,
right?
Unless you're watching one of the latest seasons. So it would be nice to go back to a more serialized setting, because a lot of the Digimon, we haven't really had a proper serialized setting since Savers, which is a long time now.
Okay.
I would like a season where you just go back to the digital world. I don't have to go there immediately, because Savers didn't go there immediately. But when it did, it was kind of the most serious part of the show. But I also found out when they were making Adventure, one of the two pitches was what we got, and the other one was basically Digimon World, the anime. Which, if we got another season, I'd be okay with something like that. Or if we got something episodic again, it'd be nice just to have an episodic story in the digital world where we're learning about Digimon. Because people complain about how there's so much lore to Digimon, which, it's all really surface level lore. There's no good entry point, so if they made a season that's just about, people learning about Digimon so the audience can learn alongside Digimon, I think that would be a pretty good idea. We also got some interesting things about the character designs from Tetsuya Yabano.
Oh, okay.
Where he talks about Hiro has a ear scar because he wanted to make him more protagonist-y. And why he breaks the theme with the goggles, where Hiro doesn't have goggles, is because he didn't think Hiro would need goggles. Because the whole goggle theme started with Taichi from V-Tamer, was the first Digimon protagonist. And Zeromaru was originally supposed to have wings, but then he saved them for the evolutionary Digimon. So when he designed Digimon with wings, he designed Taichi and thought, hey, Taichi might do aerial battles, so I'll give him goggles to protect his eyes.
Oh, okay.
But, it's interesting stuff. But I kind of hope the director of Ghost Game doesn't do another Digimon season.
Okay.
I think he did a better job than the last guy would have done, because the last guy did Cross Wars and Adventure. So he doesn't have the best rap sheet. But at least they're neither as bad as the guy who did Apple Monsters. Who is so unknown, he doesn't even have a page on Wikimon.
Oh.
And he's never touched Digimon since. Thank God.
Okay. He's just that bad.
Yeah, Apple Monsters is probably the worst piece of fiction I've ever consumed.
Oh.
A lot of people like it, but a lot of people haven't seen it.
Okay.
Toei and Bandai acknowledge its existence, and that's just about it. It was kind of a commercial failure. It's so bad they moved the time slot, and someone defended it like, "Oh, successful shows get the time slots moved all the time," which is a lie.
Oh.
Successful shows' time slots don't get moved.
Oh.
Pokemon had the same time slot from the first season until Pokemon Journeys. It was only with Pokemon Journeys they changed the time slot. Dragon Ball's a super successful franchise, but they put it in the 9 a.m. slot because they want as many people getting their eyes on Dragon Ball as possible to make money. If you don't make money, your time slot gets moved, which is what happened to Apple Monsters. But anyway, talk about Yabuno earlier and talk about The Last Bit of Dreamers, which is by Yabuno. And it ended a couple chapters after I last talked about it.
Alright.
It was pretty good for a manga I wasn't really that concerned with at the start. They defeat Phalesmon and go back home to break Pulsemon's curse, and I thought chapter 24 was the end because it felt like an end. And they're like, no wait, there's one more chapter, chapter 25, which reveals questions that we never really thought to ask. But it's still pretty neat. They got answers, like who was protecting the village when Pulsemon was gone. Like, some other girl came along with her Labramon Bell, and together they protected the village while they were gone. And then they go and try and break Pulsemon's curse in a shrine, but they need a password to unlock the spell to break the curse, so Pulsemon can't actually evolve. So they're together like, okay, we'll go and find the password, but Pulsemon's not really upset he can't evolve. So it's very much the adventure continues kind of ending. Just a pretty satisfying ending to the series. It also ends with the end of part 1, so maybe we'll get a part 2, which I'd be happy with, but I'm also pretty happy to leave things where they are.
Okay. So this was more... you were more satisfied with this than Ghost Game?
Yeah. Definitely one of the better Digimon stories I've gotten in a while. And I sort of had to talk about a bunch of Digimon stuff today, because today's Digimon Con, and Seekers is ending today, and Digimon Liberators is starting. I think I talked about at the start of the stream. And I didn't want to talk about Seekers because I felt like I found with Seekers they would say one thing and then it completely contradicted another chapter. So I just thought it would be easier if I talk about the chapters one at a time and bring up the relevant information to that chapter rather than waiting until in chapter 1 they say this, then chapter 4 they say this. But since I waited for all the chapters to come out and I can talk about chapter 1, then say in chapter 1 they said this, but in chapter 4 they say this, because the writers are idiots.
I see.
But in talking about idiots, Rooster Teeth.
Yay! I'm not gonna lie, SGD, you just... real quick, I just want to say, I'm not gonna lie, you talk about the last few stretch of Ghost Game was a journey in itself. I'm not gonna lie, part of me just... I do want to ask, do you think, would you chalk it up to, something as bad as, incompetence, or just, something out of their control?
I think the writers were just very tired of writing such a long episodic series. Because it definitely felt like there was enthusiasm in the first part of the series, but it feels like they really wanted to write something more grandiose than what the director was allowing them to. Because the director wanted it to be an episodic series, but I think the team they had on the Ghost game could have written a really good serialized story if they were allowed.
Ah. Okay.
Because coming up with we gotta come up with a different plot for 64 different episodes.
Oh gosh.
Because at least with a serialized thing, you can sort of pass the baton. But you don't have that benefit in an episodic story.
Okay. Man, that was a journey just listening to. Ooh-wee.
Wait until I talk about Seekers.
Oh, okay then. Alright, well. I guess speaking of questionable writing, Rooster Teeth! They're no more! Okay, I'm not gonna spend too long on this because, frankly, Rooster Teeth's demise is honestly not that much of a surprise.
No.
No. Rooster Teeth dying was just, and there wasn't a question of, is it? No, it's just when.
It's when.
Yeah, it's not an if, it's when. This has been a long time coming. So, I guess anyone living under a rock, if you didn't know, a couple days ago. Oh, go ahead.
I think what's most amazing about this was it took being bought out by Warner Brothers to be the death nail for Rooster Teeth. They could have lived longer if they stayed independent.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, so let's celebrate, Ray. I don't want to say let's celebrate, because at the end of the day, hundreds of people just lost their jobs overnight, literally. But yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I said, if only Ruby kept her mouth shut.
Trust me, Comet. Keeping their mouth shut would have been the least of their worries. I don't think just simply keeping their mouth shut over certain things would have been enough to save them. Comet, this has been a long time coming. The time of comeuppance for Rooster Teeth has finally come. Real quick, for anyone living on a rock, Rooster Teeth was they were this company best known for YouTube stuff since 2000 2003 or something. I think that's when they started, 2003. And so then later on what happened was, oh my gosh, the Rooster Teeth, they quote unquote sold out. Oh my gosh, they got bought by Warner Brothers. Oh my goodness.
Warner Bros. Discovery.
Warner Bros. Discovery. And then they've been essentially their slave ever since. And then and then just recently Warner Bros. Just announced, okay, yeah, you know what, Rooster Teeth, you're finished. You're done. No more. And it's not a surprise, because if you haven't known, Rooster Teeth themselves, they haven't really been doing well. I'm not, we could talk about their reception, their reputation and all that, but the big problem was, financially speaking, no, they were doing awful. They were not making any money whatsoever. And for a long time, people were questioning, where is your money going? What you guys keep saying, oh my gosh, we need the money, but where is the money going? What are you spending it on? Because several of their conventions, RTX, they would specifically state how we would love to work on the the next hit volume of Ruby, but the thing is, we just need the money. We need the money, folks, but we don't have it. And so people were asking, why? Why do you not have the money? Where is it going? Like, we're spending so much money. Where is it going? They never said. So, all we knew was, financially speaking, they weren't doing too hot. They straight the last RTX convention they ever did, which was not even this year. They said they don't know if Volume 10 of Ruby's gonna happen. And keep in mind, Ruby, the show Ruby, that was their main cash cow. I don't know when Red vs. Blue stopped being successful for them. But yeah, ever since, but yeah, Ruby, that's been their main cash cow, and then they just straight up said, yeah, we don't know if it's gonna even happen, like if we're gonna finish the series or not, because we need the money. We need the money, guys. Please just give us your money.
So James, the reason why Red versus Blue was not the cash cow, it was they couldn't profit off of it.
I see.
It's because all of this stuff,
okay.
It's technically a licensed piece of media.
Right. But then again, it wasn't just Red vs. Blue. They also have like a bunch of, they have literally, so there's a YouTuber I follow. Her name is Judgmental Critter. She's great, by the way. There's some stuff I think she like overblows a bit, and like it's like, okay, that's a little over a bit of a I cannot speak. But long story short, she pointed out how like you see on their website, like they got like a bunch of like original content besides Ruby. But Ruby was their main cash cow, so I guess all their like plethora, like dozens and dozens of original content is just nowhere near as successful. But then Ruby, their main cash cow, is not making any money anymore. So everyone's asking, what's going on with their money? What's going on? Why are they not doing financially well? So it was only a matter of time before Warner Brothers themselves realized, okay, yeah, you're not doing well financially, so we're just gonna let you go. Like it was bound to happen eventually. So
we're gonna let you go. We're going to do to you the same thing we did to Machinima.
Oh yeah. Oh man, they got the Machinima treatment. That's oof. I guess moral of the story: don't get bought out by Warner Brothers Discovery. And and also the thing about the timing of Rooster Teeth being canned is kind of funny, considering how right now the Warner Brothers is under a lot of scrutiny because they just keep canceling and canning all sorts of different stuff for like tax write-off reasons and all that. So, but Rooster Teeth being canned was something that many people were not surprised was going to be canned. Other stuff like there's the whole Coyote versus Acme situation and stuff. But like Rooster Teeth was one of the things that people went, okay, no, it was about time. It was about time. You guess all the money went to the higher ups because they're not paying their grunts, especially due to overtime. Well, that also just leads into like the whole thing about Rooster Teeth's like work environment as well being just really terrible. It came out that like their work environment is just like straight up not good, unhealthy, and
their work environment is like just filled with people who thought they were the guy, the most, the one that made the studio a lot of money.
Yeah.
It was filled with people who believed that they were the ones who were made a lot of money, and they were backstabbing each other.
Yeah.
Like,
it's funny though. Well, okay, I want to say it's funny, but like, it's interesting. It's like, oh my gosh, I could go, like, going into just like the inside of what's been happening within Rooster Teeth itself is like, a whole topic of its own because, ooh boy, it's not good. Like okay, people like throwing around the buzzwords now of like racism, sexism, homophobia, and all that. People throw that term around all the time, but like in Rooster Teeth, you find out like there was like actual cases of that, like not the buzzword stuff, like legitimate cases, like where people will like go like. Can you believe, I don't know, made-up animator named Carl? Can you believe Carl there? What a fucking F word, am I right? Can you believe that? Can you believe that gay guy? It's like, oh wow. So it's actual. Wow. That's just. But yeah, so Rooster Teeth really just was. This was just bound to happen. And honestly, while it is a shame about like all the employees just literally losing their jobs overnight via like a tweet, which that itself is like kind of I got my opinions about that, like just firing people over like social media. But like Rooster Teeth hasn't been at their peak since like I don't know, like
what would you consider their peak? Because like Rooster Teeth as a company has always been popular, but the problem is that they were a name, but they weren't ever a viable product. Like people knew Ruby. You know, people know Red versus Blue.
Yeah.
But the value of having the internet as an easily accessible place is that it's what do you call it? Like knowing these properties exist is not the same as consuming them. But,
yeah. So, I do kind of wonder. So I will say this though. I do find it. I've said this before, and I think I said it's like even like last night maybe. Actually, I don't remember if we talked. I don't think we talked about Rooster Teeth last night. But like, I remember saying this before plenty of times on stream that like, it's a very there's a very fascinating coincidence of Rooster Teeth, maybe not necessarily their downfall, but like that's when you really start noticing more stuff about them around the time their hit animator Monty passed away. Now we already know there's been plenty of proof there is no correlation between Rooster Teeth going down and Monty's death whatsoever. There's no correlation. But it is fascinating just around that time period. That's when you do start seeing like, I guess that's when you start seeing like the real like the larger noticeable cracks in the company. And it's fascinating. And ever since then, they haven't really exactly recuperated. So. Oh, were you gonna say?
Monty's death was not the turning point for Rooster Teeth, but it was the thing, like it was very much the thing that once you look back in hindsight, really showed where like the entire company was going, direction wise. Because once he passed, everyone was trying to claim ownership of Ruby.
Oh yeah.
Like, the body wasn't even cold, and everyone wanted to steer the ship.
Yeah. And even now, actually, like in the light of like Warner Bros. Like canning Rooster Teeth now, like I see people on like social media, like former Rooster Teeth employees going, So how much would it take to like buy Ruby? So you see, like even then, like they're still trying to salvage. They still want ownership because at the same time, it really is a testament how that one show is like the only thing that was like not only successful, like that's the one thing everyone still wants to like claim. Nothing else. Like I think at this point, I don't know, like I don't know anyone's talking about like how much will it cost to, you know, continue Red versus Blue and all that, but like that show particularly though, everyone's still going. So how much would it take to, you know, claim that?
Can't be even. Yeah, there's one thing we know that there's just good money that can be made from shows that have volatile fan bases. Like say what you want about the Steven Universe, that's financially successful. Don't know why. Ruby in the same way is. It wasn't enough to save Rooster Teeth, but you know.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Long story short, this is one death that honestly I'm not bummed about. In fact, it was bound to happen. Just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Didn't just expect it to happen now. But I do also want to point out how it's kind of. I do want to point out this though. The last like shot ever of Ruby is not actually of Ruby itself. It's of the Justice League. That's the last thing you'll ever see of Ruby. It's the Justice League. I feel like that says a lot about Rooster Teeth there.
I can't believe Ruby got to do the crossover with one of Warner Brothers Discovery's biggest property, you know, biggest media properties, and it still sunk them.
It still sunk them. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Ugh. But yeah, that's Okay, Nick, I want to ask you. I feel like I've said this before, but I want to ask. I know you answered this before. I want to ask you again because we were watching Red vs. Blue. When would you say it's like we should just stop?
When we should stop, Chang, I was gonna suggest we watch the whole thing. You know what? Because the final thing is gonna come out eventually. It's essentially gonna be like the end.
But okay.
But if you're asking me what season is the absolute worst, the one right before the new one coming.
Okay.
It is awful.
It's awful.
It's so awful that this new one had to retroactively say, "Yeah, this is not canon."
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not only that, but anything after 13.
Oh, okay then. Wow. Damn. Oh yeah, I just remember we I told you I wanted to rewatch all of Ruby as well.
That too.
I don't know what
that's gonna suck.
You have to do.
That is gonna suck. I'm not looking forward to that. But yeah, Ruby sucks, and Rooster Teeth going down is no surprise. So that's all I gotta say about that. Ruby sucks. So I guess I have to ask. I've been somewhat cautious of this. Does the new Kung Fu Panda movie suck?
No.
No? Oh, good. Okay.
So.
So
I watched the newest installment of the Kung Fu Panda franchise, Kung Fu Panda 4.
Does it
I had to bet.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good night, Comet.
Have a good night, Comet.
So Kung Fu Panda still got it?
I'll get into that.
Oh, okay.
So, in this newest installment, Poe, also known as the Dragon Warrior, is told by his teacher, Master Shifu, that he, that he must choose a successor to the Dragon Warrior title, so that he may ascend to the spiritual leader of the Valley of Peace.
All right.
While that's happening, he also gets into a scuffle with a fox referred to as Yen.
All right.
Who came in to steal artifacts from the J Palace. Yen informs them that Yen informs Poe that the supposed return of
Tai Lung?
Tai Lung?
Yeah, Tai Lung. I don't know why I froze up like that. I should have known the name.
Ian McShane?
Ian McShane, yes. The return of Tai Lung is in fact a trickery by a villainess referred to as the Chameleon. Yen offers a deal of if you can bring me forth, I can bring you to the city in which the Chameleon resides in, and we both can confront her together. Poe agrees to take her out for him. And while Poe and Yen are both going through their journey, there's also just a subplot throughout the entire movie with I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the wait. I got this.
Who you trying to describe, man?
Dude, I'm sorry.
It's fine. Here, I'm just starting naming off. I'm just gonna start naming off characters.
Poe's biological father.
Oh, okay.
Bryan Cranston, got it.
Oh, his two dads who are not gay, but they just happen to both be his dads.
Yeah, his two dads. Poe's two dads, Mr. Ping and damn, I forgot the name again, Nick.
Lee Shan's his
Bryan
name.
Cranston.
What?
Lee Shan.
Lee Shan. You can just call him Bryan Cranston if you want.
Lee Shan.
James Hogg and Bryan Cranston.
Are getting are scared over Poe, believing that this newest villain that he is facing the one that finally does him in. And so they just go out. They go chasing after Poe to make sure that he's okay.
Okay. Alright then. Cool.
So. From that description. The word I can describe Kung Fu Panda 4 as is this. Really fun. You're going to have a really good time, especially if you like Kung Fu Panda.
Okay.
But this feels like they took a TV special and they made it feature length.
Are you telling me they mega mined the sequel to Kung Fu Panda?
The movie had better animation than Megamind 2. Like, that's the best thing I can say about it.
They knew if that animation sucked for Kung Fu Panda 4, they'd be fucked. You don't. It's the one animation you cannot fuck up ever.
Man, what is it with DreamWorks? Like, once they'll release like a banger of a movie, like, oh my gosh, that was amazing, and also release some other movies. I don't want to say they're all bad, the other ones, but like, it's interesting how like they release all these movies, and then just once in a while you get a really good one, and then you have to wait a while for another good one.
We gotta be patient. DreamWorks is pain. I think the first thing I can really talk about is how small the cast is compared to the other movies. The Furious 5 aren't really in the movie as much.
Okay.
That sucks, especially since it felt like they were slowly getting like phased out.
Yeah.
It's like Kung Fu Panda 2. Okay, that's the high point for you guys. See ya.
Well, at least Tigress was like Kung Fu Panda 3.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. She's like the one you always remember.
Not true. Not true. I remember Mantis as one of the only few roles I actually like Seth Rogen in.
Yes, but the internet says otherwise when involving Tigress.
Okay.
The internet ruins everything.
Yeah, that's true. But
I've shown you Fat Optimus, right?
Yes, you have, Nick. Look, I'm just saying, I remember more than just Tigress out of Furious 5, okay? If anything, I honestly believe Viper's the one who's the most underused. No one really does anything with her. Which is a real shame.
It's really unfortunate because she's gonna end up dating Bender, and that's gonna and then he's just gonna forget about her.
Oh, that was her.
Yeah, Lucy Liu.
Oh, okay. Will I see you again? Probably not.
Probably. The Furious 5 not really in it. None of them come back to reprise their roles. Which is very sad. They sort of hand waved it. They hand waved it in a from an expository dialogue that one of the background characters tells Poe is like, is the Furious 4 gonna show up? It's like, no, the Furious 4 are doing other things. Here they are in cardboard cutouts.
Oh, okay.
Dang. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a really funny joke, both intentionally and unintentionally.
Ah, alright.
It's like, this is what the Furious Five are. Just cardboard cutouts at this point.
Oh, I do have to ask. I don't like asking this all the time, but it always ends up coming. How is Aquafina here?
She's okay.
She's okay? Alright.
Aquafina doesn't put on a voice, so it's just listening to her.
Oh, okay.
At the same time, it's like, but like Jack Black doesn't have a voice, so it's like listening to him.
True.
He doesn't, but like...
But he doesn't need to. It's Jack Black.
Exactly. Jack Black always worked in the role of Poe because he's a very animated person.
Yeah.
Alright.
Poe was made for Jack Black.
Okay, so Aquafina's fine here?
Aquafina is fine here.
Okay.
I've seen Aquafina in better roles. It's just here it does feel like, feels like, oh yeah, DreamWorks, they got a celebrity to do a voice.
Ah, okay.
To do voice work, and it's kind of noticeable, I'm not, Yen as a character, I can take her or leave her, because,
okay.
Her entire role in the movie is just, I'm the thief, street urchin, who, doesn't trust in anyone. But then, she meets Poe, and Poe is the only one to ever be sincere around her and just give her things without,
okay,
without expecting something in return. So, her entire character arc is learning to trust in someone who doesn't see her as just a pawn to be used.
Okay.
So that's her entire role. It's funny how the entire movie is about Poe trying to choose his successor. Yet it almost feels like the choosing your successor part of the whole story kind of just goes away. Because the conflict of the entire movie is that Poe doesn't want to give up being the Dragon Warrior because he loves just going around and solving everyone's problems. Essentially, if he becomes spiritual leader, he will just be like Master Uwe and just stand on top. Stand on that tiny blade of grass and just give pearls of wisdom to people.
Yeah, but Master Uwe was cool though. I don't know what Poe's talking about.
Master Uwe was cool. He was really cool.
Yeah, I don't know what Poe's talking about. Master Uwe was cool. I want to be Master Uwe.
So his whole dilemma was, he didn't want change because he doesn't like change. And it really just becomes less about, I need to find my successor. From how the marketing material made it come out to be, you think that his successor was going to be Yen. And that's not really the idea that comes across in the movie.
Really?
Towards the end of the movie. Yeah, towards the end of the movie, he, when everything is said and done, he takes Yen and offers to, let her live and train at the Jade Palace. But it's never... You never get the impression that he's trying to groom her into being the next Dragon Warrior.
Interesting.
Well, I think it's that
go ahead.
You mentioned Poe has to learn to accept change, but what's bothering me is that throughout the entire series, he's constantly been changing and experiencing change. So I feel like it doesn't make sense. Also, I'm gonna be honest, this is something I've always thought with like the whole premise. I always thought like the idea of the Dragon Warrior is that Poe is the Dragon Warrior. Like he's not just the next Dragon Warrior, but like there was a reason he had to be the
Yeah, they sort of established there is one Dragon Warrior, and that is Poe.
Yeah. So it kind of felt weird that it's like the next Dragon Warrior. It's like, wait, there's one after him? Why? Why is
sorry, go. You were gonna say something?
One more point. It feels like Poe is upholding a title rather than the Dragon Warrior being who he is.
I see.
I think what bothers me more about the film is that they kind of dropped that point. They try to drop that plot point.
Okay.
Because they like Shifu basically tells them, oh yeah, you have to choose your successor and all that stuff, and they do the whole ceremony thing exactly from the first movie. I thought it was going to be a really funny thing, really funny parallel Poe doesn't Poe is indecisive. He doesn't know who to pick. And then, that's when you introduce Yen. Yen just comes out of nowhere, and then Poe just points at her. She's like, oh yeah, how Uwe pointed at him when he landed right in front of Tigress. It's like, because throughout the movie they actually do go into sort of there's a point where Poe starts realizing he has insights that he never really had before. When he went to sleep, he essentially just envisioned, he envisioned the chameleon's entire plan. And so, there's a sense of what they're trying to build up is that Poe is essentially, Poe is becoming more and more like Uguay. He's developing a much more greater, he's developing a much more greater sense of understanding and wisdom than he has before. But the movie doesn't really go that much into it.
Okay.
It wants to stick too close into the whole Poe doesn't want to change narrative.
Okay.
The chameleon. I don't like her.
You don't like her?
She's an interesting idea for a villain. Because essentially, she's not a martial artist. She's a sorcerer. Her entire goal throughout the movie. I guess this is a spoiler, but if you guys want, I could say it.
You know what? Here, we'll just say. I'll just put in the chat. Wait, hold on. I have a little thing here. Just a little tiny little spoiler alert thing. There we go. And then I'll just put it down when we're done talking about it. All right. So go ahead. Well, what's the big reveal? Not.
So the chameleon's plan, what the entire plan was, she wanted to steal the staff from Poe. Because with the staff, of course, she can open up the door to the spirit realm. And her goal essentially is just to take the skills of every accomplished martial artist who has ever lived.
Okay.
That's why Tai Lung sort of comes back. And she just plans to like siphon them of their mass, their skills and knowledge, so that she can essentially become the greatest martial artist who has ever lived and rule the entire world with an iron fist. The reason for doing so doesn't really make sense when you think about it.
Okay.
Because she basically tells Poe, "Hey, the reason why I'm going through with this whole plan was I couldn't become a martial artist. Her reason for why she couldn't become a martial artist was that senseis would just tell her that she was too small." I'm like, wait. When I heard that, I was like, wait. One of the most accomplished fighters in the entire world.
His Mantis. Yeah.
If you look at the chameleon, she's not the size of a chameleon. She's, about the same size as Yen, a fox. So she's an average, she's sort of like an average size person. You're telling me that in a world where, Mantis, a person who's about the size of an average, praying mantis, can be an accomplished martial artist and not her.
He's part of Furious 5. Okay.
That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, maybe they should have thought of a different reason.
So she said, if I can't be a martial artist, then I'll take up magic, which
Okay.
I don't know about you, but that is the logical next step. So she essentially learned to shapeshift into anyone, essentially creating a smoke screen to her being threatening without really being a capable fighter. So she's gonna take all the martial artists in all the martial artists in the from the spirit realm, just take their power and then just imprison them into these magical cages that no one can break through, even Poe. She literally tells him, you would have to you have to be 10 dragon warriors in order to break through the cage.
Okay.
So she's gonna have she has these spirits. She takes their life, their spiritual energy, I guess, and they're kind of made physical again, I guess.
Okay.
And she trusts them.
Okay.
I don't quite understand it. If she explained it as, hey, they're trapped, these are special cages, and that can contain the spirit of these warriors. I guess I can understand, but they're meant in general just to contain anyone, because, like I said, Poe can't get out of it. He had to devise a way to try to get out of it by like smashing through the floor. So, like, I don't really understand how the cages work. So all the masters who have come out, all the like accomplished martial artists who come out of the portal are, of course, every single, like more or less every single villain that Poe has faced. Tai Long,
Lord Shen. The guy from Kung Fu Panda 3.
Yeah, the guy from Kai.
I honestly don't really remember the guy from Kung Fu Panda 3 that much.
I know he's J.K. Simmons Kai.
That's kind of ironic.
Kai.
He was very upset that people didn't remember him.
That's right.
Look, it's not my fault. I honestly believe Kung Fu Panda's villains peaked with Lord Shen, and they never could reach Lord Shen. Lord Shen was just a really good villain. They peaked.
And the problem kind of lies in here when I said like this entire movie just has a very like small cast. Is only Ian McShane really came back. Lord Shen's there, but they couldn't get Gary Oldman to come back, so he's just standing. You know, his character model is just standing there in a cage doing nothing.
All right.
And like a lot of the villains get, a lot of the like past antagonists get dispatched off screen. We got to see, Tai Long fight again.
All right. What's he been up to?
Just chilling.
Chilling.
Chilling in the other side.
Oh, okay.
There's an exchange they have towards the end when he sees Poe that is like just basically telling him, Master Oogway made a mistake with you.
Okay.
And then, when Poe defeats the chameleon, Tai Long's like, you know what? You're right. Maybe Master Oogway was right. See, catch you around, Dragon Warrior. Like, okay.
Oh, that's it?
Like,
wow.
So like.
Okay.
Yeah, like. A lot of the sort of antagonists coming back is kind of pointless.
Oh.
They're there for fan service, of course.
Yeah. I would assume Tai Long would be okay with Poe being Dragon Warrior, considering, the fact he lost to him. But okay, I guess he's just still salty about it. Just on second thought, no, I'm still salty about you.
To be fair, Genghis, Poe did kill him.
Oh, okay, I guess.
Okay, Poe did kill him.
I suppose that is true. He did kill him, but I still would think like he would at least go, you killed me. I guess that does make him somewhat the Dragon Warrior,
Tai Long wanted to be the Dragon Warrior because he had very poor self-worth. So he never really cared about Dragon Warrior, like the importance of being the Dragon Warrior. It was just about how he hoped it would make him feel whole.
Okay, fair enough.
So like when Poe defeats when Poe defeats the chameleon, he gives all the sphere energy back to them. They sort of bow to him, which I thought just seemed like a weird idea because Lord Shen is, right there. Literally genocided your entire race.
Well, we couldn't get Gary Oldman back, so just pretend Gary Oldman's saying, "You know what, Poe? On second thought, you're cool. I shouldn't have killed your entire family." I mean, he didn't, but I should have killed your entire people, Poe. I'm sorry, man. Okay. Alright.
It was a scene that felt like, it was a scene that felt like, oh yeah, a passing of the torch moment. It felt kind of wonky just from how the other movies were like. I really like the subplot with Mr.
But I have to ask, throughout the whole movie, it's just Tai Lung just in his cage watching Poe just going, "Fuck you, Poe."
The Tai Lung doesn't come back until the very end. When the chameleon has the staff and she opens up the door, she grabs Tai Lung, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna steal your powers."
Oh.
And the little funny thing was that when she was fighting Poe as sort of the amalgamation of every single martial artist, when she was Tai Lung, she tried using the nerve. The nerve stun. She tried using the nerve stun on him. But they never really made an acknowledgement that didn't really work on Poe. They were having a battle, and in the background, Poe was just fighting off her as as camouflage as Tai Lung. But she kept doing it, and it almost feels like, oh yeah, this is Poe had to keep blocking it, even though in the first movie they acknowledged that no, that never worked on Poe.
It doesn't work. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
There's a lot of details in this movie that, if you've seen the other movies, they kind of just ignore for the sake of things. It's not a big issue if you're just watching this for fun. But it's a point in the movie where it's like, I would have liked it a bit more if they did, because this movie kind of just feels like this movie feels like the quote unquote end of an era. Not really. Because this movie wasn't really the end of the series as so much as it's building up to a sequel. Because Yen is coming to live with Poe, and she's trained to become a martial artist as well. And they're gonna set up things with her in the sequel.
So are they building up for her to become the Dragon Warrior?
I imagine that's the case.
I guess I kind of want to ask, why not just say she's the Dragon Warrior then? Because that was the whole point, right? Poe needs a successor.
I know, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
That's the whole point. Poe needs a successor. Why didn't they just outright state at the end, yeah, Aquafina, you're a Dragon Warrior now. Oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like they should have just said it. Just say it, because that was the whole point. Congratulations, Chen. You're Dragon Warrior. Let's go.
They have a sort of funny joke towards the end of the movie where Poe essentially just tells Shifu that he's going to train her and he kind of gets angry because she's a thief. She throughout this entire movie is really just there, to be disappointed at Poe.
Oh, okay.
They just make several jokes. Yeah, like Shifu just looks down, like looks at Poe with regret. I don't know why.
Oh.
Not in a serious way. Just in a.
Oh.
Yeah, in a jokey sort of way.
But still, though, it's a little.
Yeah. Like,
even if it's for a joke, it's like. It was literally like one of Shifu's words to Poe in the first movie is just straight up said, I'm proud of you, Poe. It's like, yeah. It's like okay. I guess he's not proud anymore. Okay.
It's like I wouldn't call it flanderization, but there are just moments throughout the movie where Shifu kind of just existed to be the straight man. He's not in the movie very long, but like his entire thing really is just, Poe's doing something wacky. I gotta disapprove of it.
Okay.
Like, imagine if you lived with him for as long as you did. Like, this would be just normal for you. But I guess not. Master Shifu is just a sprung chicken.
Oh. Okay.
So I think they are trying to set her up as the
Dragon
Warrior. As a Dragon Warrior, yeah. But I felt like there really shouldn't be a sequel after this. Like, I feel like you should, there should have been a definite end. If maybe they're going to do it with the sequel, but as much as fun I had with this film, it's. I'd say that this really does feel like the weakest of the films. Because the entire movie feels very quick. There's not a lot of, there's not a lot of scenes where there's quote unquote downtime, and that's something I don't like, because Kung Fu Panda 1 and 2, some of their best moments when it was, being contemplated, when the movies were being contemplative.
Yeah.
Because the point of the movies was they were, homages of wuxias. They love the old martial arts stories and movies and all that stuff. Yeah. And this film kind of feels like it's just going away from that. I don't like it.
Okay.
Kung Fu Panda, is, of course, I know it's made for children, but there's there was a sense of deep respect, maturity that was had. That this film doesn't really it tries doing it with the whole you gotta change Poe thing, but it just doesn't work because, like Nick says, this entire franchise is about Poe essentially, changing from what he once was. So, if you want, you can go see this movie. If you really like, well, let me correct myself. If you really like, you are a very big fan of Kung Fu Panda, you may be mixed on the film in general. Like I said, it feels like a TV special because despite the fact that like the villain is doing something that is that's going to completely undermine the entire world. Her entire thing really gets solved very quickly. I don't know what more to say other than just I don't know if I'm going to be rewatching it again.
Okay.
Oh, and Chinggis. Mr. Beast only has one word.
Damn. 0 out of 10. Not watching. You got celebrity Mr. Beast and that's all you do with him? Oh my goodness.
He appears only for the Dragon Warrior ceremony. And then that's it. Just a cameo.
I'm so disappointed. Oh my gosh. Alright. Mr. Beast. Okay then. You know what? I'm not gonna lie, not all I feel like the moral of the story of everything you just told me really is to really just peak with Lord Shin in Kung Fu Panda 2. Kung Fu Panda 2 was honestly the best. We should watch Kung Fu Panda 2 again. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I had this thought that earlier today, or maybe it was last night. I don't remember. Basically, I had this thought.
Okay.
The best form of media, like the ones that like kids media, like Kung Fu Panda, Avatar, is stories made for adults that can be understood by kids.
Exactly. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree with it also.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm yawning. Oh, look at that. It's 12 o'clock. It's midnight. Even though we've been going for like 4 hours. So, woo! It's 12 o'clock because daylight savings is a thing. Oh, I love it. Don't you feel great, guys? We just lost an hour. How do you feel about that? We just lost an hour.
We win it back.
You want it back? SGD, what's it like in your country where or something like daylight savings isn't really a thing?
Daylight savings.
Ah.
It's annoying when the clock's set one way because then they have to wait until 2 o'clock to see a Digimon card compared to 1 o'clock when the clock's the other way.
Ah. Alright. Yeah, we just lost an hour, guys! Let's go! Woo! Alright. Alright, well, in that case then, might as well start wrapping things up. We can actually finally talk about Okay, well, I don't want to just throw Kung Fu Panda 4 under the curb, but we can finally talk about something really good. Or at least 3 things that were really good. Okay, one thing that was like really good, and then 2 things that were pretty good, and then one thing that was just it was okay. It was okay.
You know the heights of this series.
Yeah.
This is
I was able to witness the peak of the series, and then I was also able to see. Well, Nick said it wasn't the lowest yet, but like I'm not gonna lie, it was okay.
It was low.
It was.
3. I have a soft spot for 3. Like 3.
Well, really, you mean 2, right? Beast with a Billion Backs.
Beast with a Billion Backs. Beast with.
Oh, yeah.
Beast with a Billion Backs is honestly okay at best.
But I feel like we gotta start with peak.
Bender's big score. Yeah, that was.
With peak fiction.
That was really good. That was really good.
What a way to say that Futurama is back. We're back, baby!
I'm the professor! You're all fired! What? In fact, you were fired 2 years ago!
That's what yes, it appears that as we got encountered by moronic company executives.
Good news, everyone!
Those asinine morons who catch us were themselves fired for incompetence. Scammed me, sweetheart. But this fucking fantastic.
I will say this though, Bender's big score just reminded me, I hate time travel. I hate time travel because there's still some things that, still don't really fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there is something I will show you after when we're all sent down the show.
Okay. Why does it have to be at the end of this, after we're done watching the whole thing, though?
Because the video's gonna talk about things you haven't seen yet.
Oh, okay then. Because.
Have a good night.
Oh, okay. Have a good night, Dot.
Night, man.
It could be worse, Ray. We could be singing.
Can this night get any worse? We could sing. I'd rather kill
myself.
Why not do both? Oh, very well.
Yeah, that's really all. That's really like my main. I guess maybe criticism. More like a nitpick.
Yeah, it's just time travel's always gonna have fucking holes.
I know. I hate time travel so much.
But to be fair, the time travel in the movie is pretty fine.
It is, cause
as long as you don't think about things that happened before.
Yeah. But to be fair though, I understand the time travel they're going with here, which is the idea that, it's like it's a loop. Everything you tried to do to change the past just ends up creating the same future you came from. It's like fate. Fry was always meant to be his own inbred grandfather.
Yeah.
Nick, one of my favorite moments though involving time travel was Bender just going around trying to kill one of the time duplicate fries, and I just see how it just leads to the aliens destroying New York while Fries still
Turns out it was Bender.
Turns out it was Bender. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, actually, that's pretty funny.
It was Bender this whole time.
Not gonna lie, Ray says not gonna lie, the song with Santa, the Chanukah Zombie and Kwanzaa
Chanukah Zombie and Kwanzaa Bot, yeah.
Well, that's what you get for getting an actual rapper to be in here.
I mean, Coolio, man.
Coolio.
May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace. Yeah, they got Coolio, so. But yeah, time travel's just confusing though. But I will say though, one of the things though that I really liked, which was one of the strongest things in Better's Big Score though, was everything to do with Fry, Leela, and Lars.
Yes.
Because spoilers for when did this come out? Like 2008. 2008. Spoiler for a movie that came out in 2008. Lars is actually a time duplicate of Fry. So while it is okay, so I told you how I still feel, don't Nick. So like while it is kind of still, it brings up, at least to me, some conflicted feelings about Leela. It does still confirm that at the end of the day, Leela and Fry will always have like a thing for each other.
Yeah.
I do like how they also retcon the Seymour situation with that. In the Seymour episode, they're like, oh, he spent the rest of his life waiting for Fry, and then this episode's like, oh no, he got to spend the rest of his life with a copy of Fry.
But
so that's not as sad.
Yeah, but that still does bring up like time travel issues. I don't want to think about it too much, but at least that did explain how Seymour ended up, in the future like that. Which honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it was actually pretty funny. But Nick knows this. Like my initial reaction was like I was actually laughing my ass like, and then I immediately stopped because I realized, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. How does this make sense? And then immediately just went, oh, I hate this now because I hate time travel. Okay, I don't actually hate it, but like, I still hate time travel though. Like, why can't they just do the Dragon Ball time travel where it's just let's just do Dragon Ball time travel logic. Oh yeah, I guess 4.5 hours into the stream, but I guess I should have also mentioned earlier, oh yeah, Dragon Ball also introduced their version of time travel, which then I guess was used in the hit Disney movie Marvel's Avengers Endgame. Woo! So,
to be fair, it's not the first to actually originate it.
But I'm pretty sure Dragon Ball, made it cool, so.
Yeah. Dragon Ball Super also kind of forgot how Z did time travel.
Oh, they did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they made an official timeline, and people point out, this timeline is wrong.
Oh,
you forgot
okay.
how the time travel worked.
Oh, so they forgot how their time travel worked. Okay, then. I guess time travel still sucks then. God,
I made a whole fucking essay on why time travel is stupid and shouldn't even be attempted.
Even with the Dragon Ball Z timelines, there's actually more timelines than people realize.
Oh my god!
Because
I just realized.
Because
oh no, go ahead.
There's the timeline the series is set in.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the timeline that Trunks comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the timeline that Cell comes from.
Right.
Then there's the timeline that Cell's Trunks went back to.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I'm coming down.
Plague of Gripes did a whole breakdown. There's a bunch of different timelines when you actually stop to think about everything. You just don't see all those timelines. But they still exist. So the main timeline is actually isn't the second or third timeline. It's actually a higher number than that. Because those other timelines take priority.
Oh god, Nick, you're gonna hate me for this. I just realized Futurama's time travel is Shockwave's time travel.
Yeah.
I hate. You know what? I hate Better's big score now. God damn it.
Yes, but it has the best part of. Yes, so let's talk about the best part of that movie.
Okay.
Fry.
I love Fry.
Or rather, the Fry that could be.
Lars is very interesting.
Yes.
I think okay, so like what I love about Lars, and which I guess also ties back to Fry, is how no matter what, like no matter like they could do like whatever like selfish thing they want, but at the end of the day, if they realize like it like hurts someone they care about, then they'll stop doing that.
Yeah.
Like how like Lars, like he did everything. Lars's plan was literally to cuck himself to get Leela,
with Leela.
His plan was literally, I'm going to cuck myself so that way I could be with Leela instead.
No chance. He wasn't gonna cuck himself because he didn't have her.
Oh, that's right. But he was still gonna try to get Leela from the Fry we were following.
Yep.
But I'm still gonna call it. He was gonna cuck himself to get Leela. I'm still gonna say that. Lars' plan was to cuck himself to get Leela, but when he found out that like all time duplicates were doomed, he realized, oh, if I go along with this, I'm just gonna end up hurting Leela. So he stopped. So like, while that day that did hurt Leela's heart, and while it broke Leela's heart at the end of the day, it shows that even Lars is still Fry, that their main core, like one of their like core like traits is that they're just very sincere and caring, and like no matter what, they'll always put others before themselves. Like at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's just what I love about Fry, Nick. I love Fry. He's great. I just love how sincere he is. Like he's not bright. Far from it.
He's canonically really stupid.
But
makes you wonder about Lars, actually.
Oh.
Technically, Lars would also be brain damaged.
I guess all those years of experience for Lars just made up for his brain damage.
Evened it out.
Yeah,
Must have evened it out.
Yeah, it evened it out. All those years of experience evened it out for him. So, but yeah, I love that, like how like just this honestly, that's the strongest point about Bender's big score to me. It just made me realize, yeah, Fry really is the best character.
Yeah.
He's great.
I'm Lars? I'm Lars! Wait for me, Leela! I'll be there in 1,000 years!
Yeah. It is also kind of sad when, like, from Lars' point of view, like, how he tried his best to move on from Leela, but he couldn't. And when he tried to get with her again, he realizes, oh, he can't. Otherwise, he'll put her in danger. Man, I also made me realize Fry goes through a lot of shit throughout Futurama.
He does.
Yeah. But I think that's just what makes...
And it's not gonna end!
No! But I think also what I love about Fry is how, even though he goes through all this shit, he still manages to, like, I guess, make the best of it.
Yeah. Also, at the end, when Fry sees Leela sad, he tries to get them to get together.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's really interesting is Lars is the reason why Lars is Leela's soulmate is because he's Fry without the things that keep Fry from Leela.
It's Lars. Lars is literally Fry at his best.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. So that was the biggest strength of Bender's big score.
Also, we gotta talk about Bender because
Bender's great. Oh my gosh! I love how this also showed that even though Bender's under someone else's control, he'll still prioritize himself over them.
No.
I love that, like, he's technically under mind control, and so he's coming out the professor's hand. Meanwhile, he's just going, now wait a minute. Even though I'm mind control, do my masters really need this more? Or do I need this more?
Or do me, Bender, need it more?
Right. Not so neutral now, are you, Sweden?
Not so neutral, are you, Sweden?
So yeah, it's
also the fact they fucked up the entire timeline by just saying, "Hey guys, come on out."
Yeah.
And Nibbler, no, everyone out of the universe, quick!
Real quick back to time travel. Though, I do gotta say, I don't want to think about it anymore, but I'm starting to remember. Oh yeah, I'm still a little bit confused on Yancey and his son Fry, because the whole point was, he named his son after Fry because Fry was missing, but then Fry wasn't missing, and when he was only gone for like 2 years overseas, and by the time the other second Fry, little Fry, was like a young kid, so
you could argue little Fry was like 2.
Okay.
So he might have been at sea, like when he was born.
I hate time travel.
I'm gonna say this.
The
video is gonna say, basically time travel. Things don't change because that's how history works, except some things. And they all relate with Fry. That's all it's gonna. But the video goes in explaining why that's the case. Just know, you probably did not think that this was gonna be the answer.
Okay.
Just know that Fry may not be what you think, and it's kind of crazy.
Well, I already know he's the chosen one. Twice.
Yeah, but Chase, he might be more of a chosen one than you.
Oh. Is it because he's inbred?
Kinda has to do something with that.
Okay.
It's a bit of a long story. Just know,
all right.
You aren't prepared for the answer.
Okay.
I checked the dates, and Lars would have been working at the sea park when his nephew was born. So yeah, Philip J. Fry II was born in 2007, and Lars worked with the Lilu until 2010. So
well, at the very least, change. There will be a video that explains why history doesn't change except for some things.
Okay.
And they all relate with Fry for a reason.
Okay.
Yeah, Professor Farnsworth says for some reason that time travel doesn't cause paradoxes.
It's a long story. Just don't have a headache with pictures yet.
Okay. Okay, but I will say though, I do like Futurama's idea of handling time paradoxes, which essentially they're just doomed. It's like, their answer time paradox is literally, the universe is just gonna self-correct so any time duplicate, they're just gonna die.
Wait. All right, Megatron, you can't stop the power of 2 Optimus Primes. Do it! And don't forget me! It's Hot Rod. Take this, Megatron! He launches a missile from the arc. It shoots one of the Optimuses.
Oh. Well, I guess that takes us to that time time paradox.
Well, that he just looks at Rodimus like with angry, but also, what the fuck, man?
I guess because Wheeljack's like the closest thing to pushes. I guess that takes us to that time paradox.
Starscream's the one to first test out the code. And he's like,
And well, I decided to go back to my place. Or should I say, our place. Oh, back on you bunch of prudes.
Does that mean Shockwave crushes his time duplicate with a giant telescope?
Shockwave accidentally crushes one of the Starscreams with a telescope.
Huh. Well, I guess that takes us to that time
paradox resolved.
Paradox resolved. So yeah, I do love how Futurama handles time paradoxes, which is, universe is gonna self-correct because they're doomed. Yeah, and then it ends on a cliffhanger with, oh my gosh, space and time is tearing itself apart. And then we get the next movie.
Ah, boy.
Which is okay. So I told you, Nick, like my biggest thing with this movie is how they just decided, let's just reset Fry and Leela. We're back to square one.
It really, like, even James, I don't think they even really they went to square zero.
Yeah. Okay,
so the thing about Fry is when, so before he really got into like before Parasite's Lost, he, went with a lot of, he had a surprising body count.
I told you how I just love how a lot of times Fry just accidentally ends up sleeping with women.
Yeah, but assuming the Amazon episode is before Parasite's Lost, which probably is, but even still, he was kind of forced to do it. His focuses were solely on Leela. Like, it was pretty much as soon as he realized he liked Leela that way, that's who he wanted to be with.
And then he just ignored that.
Really ignored that.
Because
he completely forgot what happened. Literally moments before.
Because the movie's literally about how Fry is. The movie's literally about how Fry just can't get over being dumped by some chick who's into polygamy.
Which will never work out.
Oh no, hell no. I said it last night. Like, okay, yes, Ninjato. I don't. Look, I like Ninjato, but yes, Ninjato. Like, yes, it's in the Bible, but at the same time, you don't need the Bible to tell you that hey, polygamy isn't exactly the best thing. There's plenty.
Yeah.
There's plenty of.
The problem with polygamy now versus polygamy in the Bible. Equal rights.
Yeah, that's true. But but you don't need the Bible to tell you. Yeah, I don't think polygamy is gonna work out. So But like, it literally, the whole movie literally is just about how Fry just can't get over, or just over this one girl dumping him. So he just you know what? Let's just all fall in love with a giant tentacle monster.
Well, even that, that's just one of the problems I have. I actually have a few more. So Bender's subplot with the League of Robots. Plot device. It really felt like they needed to explain why Bender was gonna create a rage against heaven, which, you know, if anyone was gonna rage against heaven, it would probably be him. But still, this will be the only time the League of Robots are gonna be relevant.
Okay.
Like, they were never mentioned before, or they will be mentioned since. And it's like, why even have them? Well, Bender needs a way to get an army somehow. And it felt like a huge fucking plot device.
But I will say, though, at the same time, I feel like some of the best comedic moments came from Bender's subplot.
Even still, I feel like... Here's the thing, though. The other, because there's multiple plot points throughout all the movies.
Yeah.
In the other movies, they still felt connected. You can still see how one plot point leads to another. And how they're all connected.
He even took his name!
Oh gosh! In several ways!
Hold on, real quick. I forgot to mention also, Bender's big real quick, back to Bender's big score. Also,
okay.
Probably my favorite. I think this is also, I think for me, at least from what I've seen so far, I think this is also peak Hermes. Professor, can you hook my brain up to the battle grid? I could
hook my brain up into anything.
I'm the professor. Time to see.
And let's watch a bureaucrat's brain in action.
And also has the best use of the Futurama theme song. Finally, I can save the world.
I'm the world by using deadly lasers instead of deadly slideshows.
Oh, Hermes, I married you for your big potato body, but I stay for your big potato head.
Potato head.
Very well. You haven't seen the last of Barbados Slim. Now, goodbye forever. Tell Barbados to stop moving his pecs around. I'm not
wiggling them. They do that by themselves.
Yeah, but then Beast with a Billion Backs is okay.
So far, at the very least, and if my memory corrects me, I could be wrong later.
Okay.
But from what I'm remembering, this might be the worst Futurama thing.
I will say though. I like to joke with Bender and his son.
That's great. And yeah, even with the worst Futurama thing, there's still good moments. I fucking love the Death Ball Arena scene.
Yeah, the Death Ball Arena.
That's like that's probably my favorite bit in the episode. That, and of course, but I'm agreeing with you.
But I'm agreeing with you. Oh yeah, and also Destructor. But just because I like Destructor. My leg feels funny! My leg feels better! Yeah, this Beast with a Billion Backs was, it's at least for me, it's okay at best. Cause I don't want to say like it's terrible. Because there were still moments that, like, I did like, you know, and there were jokes there that actually, that, you know, really got me to chuckle. Like, overall, eh. Oh, have a good night, Chelsea. Yeah, it's fine. Well, at least the next movie is better.
Yeah, but I still want to explain why this movie is
okay
bad, because I'm also gonna say, while there are some humorous moments and sequences, it's also boring. And in between those moments. You're kind of just waiting for, like, the next beat to happen.
Okay.
Also, you could tell there's an obvious religion, kinda.
Yeah.
Which,
Okay.
Also, Kif and Amy. They're essentially married now.
Yeah.
But, you know, zap.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, the ending also sucks, because when you see how it ends, it kind of just leaves you with this bitterness. Because everyone's at each other's throats, and it's kind of just with this kind of feeling bitter.
But Kif punching Zapdo was cathartic.
That was cathartic. That was cathartic.
That was cathartic.
But oh man. So James, imagine being me, who after you know, watching Bender's big score, and it was like, yes! This is great! I love Futurama! And then learning there was gonna be a sequel, not knowing that there was gonna be another one. So I was like, oh, sweet, another Futurama movie. Then you see this. Wow. That sucks.
I think the next movie though is better though.
Oh yeah, Bender's Game.
Bender's Game was good though.
Futurama meets Dungeons and Dragons.
Also, Mom.
Mom's a riot.
Show a big melon in it.
Shove a big melon in it. I'm talking.
Wormstrom.
Wormstrom.
Yeah, I like Mom. She's great. Yeah, Bender's Big Game was really fun. Dear God, Bender's playing AT&T. Haven't you watched the PSAs? Just also Bender in therapy is also really funny.
Yeah, hey, Bender! Yeah, hey, Bender! Just two ogres!
Aw, not even relaxation methods work. Well, until then, try to relax. It's just axis swinging over Bender. See?
And wait until we can perform the lobotomy.
Oh yeah, and also, everyone's just fine with Nibble talking now, because
Yep.
Wait, Are you not surprised that I can speak? Oh, not really. You forgot to wipe our memories. Also, so yeah. I also also the professor. I love I've told you, Nick. I've noticed how just like the professor just keeps getting more and more just leaning into the mad scientist.
I know.
And it's great. But honestly, what I love about the professor now is how even they're leaning really heavily into the mad scientist part. So whenever they bring up like jokes about him being old, it's funny because he's just so like dramatic about it. Like again, just like it's like remember me? I don't remember you. Professor, is it time for your nap? Is it time for your nap? Yes! Damn it!
Damn it!
We also learned that Ignor's the professor's son.
Yeah.
We're owl exterminators.
I was an owl exterminator.
It also does show.
Thanks for the crystal.
Thanks for the crystal. It also does show that Ignor isn't as dumb as he is. I mean, he's still dumb, but you know, it showed that he does have his moments, like helping Fry and Leela and the professor escape, and also the end where both he and the professor eat the crystals. Besides, I just thought of an alternative fuel source. Niblonium
Nibbler power! Hooray!
Oh yeah, I also had some of my favorite jokes too. It's like, hey, if we, it will cancel out all dark matter. But if we do that, it'll mean that scientists can finally spend time.
All dark matter will then be rendered as useless as fuel. But then we'd have no fuel.
But you see, then it will encourage scientists to come up with cleaner alternative fuel. Scientists like you, Professor. No.
Scientists like you? No. I'm too busy making makeup for dogs. That's where the real money is.
Good news, everyone! Did you finally perfect the mascara for dogs? Hardly.
If you ask me, they all look like a bunch of fuckers.
And also just Futurama D&D is also really fun. It's also funny because there was a moment I just went, oh my gosh, this is also Lord of the Rings parody. Fry just becomes Gollum. Also just confirms that Zoidberg will also always just screw things up. Alright, I'm being useful. I think overall, this was a good movie. But Bender's Big Score is still the best.
Yeah.
I really believe they peaked at least when it came to the movies. They peaked with Bender's Big Score, and Bender's game. It didn't reach the same highs, but it was better than the other one. So yeah, I really like this one. And then finally, then we got to the last of the movies, Into the Wild Green Yonder. I love how you and not sold me on this movie. We're trying to sell me on this movie. We're just because Chankus, Fry is the chosen one. Yeah, I know. There was a whole episode about it.
It was like, but Changus, he's also in the chosen one again.
Well, I remember Not was telling me, but Chankus, he's the chosen one because he's so stupid and inbred. Yeah, I know. Like, there was a whole episode about it.
And I was like, yeah, but for the same time, it's also for similar but also different reasons.
Who knew Fry sleeping with his own grandmother would cause him to be the most important person in the universe? It's also the second time that there's an antagonist that Fry has to deal with that can read minds, because they can't read him because he doesn't have delta brainwave.
A delta brainwave.
And then also the eco-feminists.
And the best. That honestly. I feel like this came out too early.
Ah.
Well, I guess that whole thing would be way more relevant. Also, that fucking family, man.
I know that family. And now their family lives on in a giant space ray. Somehow. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, Nick. But Nick, I think the best moment for me that really made me laugh was when the planets aligned and started headed for the star.
I know, you were dying when that happened.
Because they said the star was an egg. So when the planets aligned and it became that shape, I was like, oh my gosh. The star was the egg, and the planet was just a giant sperm.
I know.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Also, way to end a series again.
Yeah. But you know what? At least with this ending, it's now official. The Fry and Leela are finally a thing. Officially.
Finally. Fucking finally.
I hope they don't go back to the status quo again.
Changus.
Yeah.
It's official.
Alright.
No more. Status quo has changed. For real.
Okay. I know we're talking about music. Can I just say real quickly though, Nick? The first episode of season 6 we watched. Not gonna lie, they had me in the first half. But yeah, I'm so glad that Fry and Leela are finally a thing, cause the Bender's Big Score was they were really leading up to it. And then Beast with a Billion Backs happened, and it's like, okay, I don't really like that. And then Bender's Game, they were kind of better, but in here now, they're finally, it's finally a thing. And I'm so glad. Oh my gosh, Leela's the Dark One? No, I am. It's the Leech. I just love the running gag with Leela and the Leech. It's like every Every species is worth saving. Even this leech. It just starts attacking her. Ah! I love how every time she thinks it's dead, it just comes back and attacks her again. I don't remember verbatim. It's like it's. I don't remember verbatim, but Leo Wong is a leech, so our mascot is this leech. I know it doesn't really make sense, but it does. Leo Wong is a leech that's going to destroy all life, and we must destroy all leeches. Are we just gonna stay here and just chant slogans all day? Ooh, I like that. That was supposed to be the alternative choice. Oh. Was just that family, Nick. The Waterfall family. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah. Also, even though they didn't really put too much like focus on it, Kif finally escaped Sap.
Yeah. For a while at least.
But you know what? I honestly, okay. I will say though, one thing I do like and appreciate from Beast with a Billion Backs is Kif is finally standing up for himself, which I like. It's like Kif's had it rough, man.
He has.
So while that movie wasn't that great, I'm glad that they did. I'm glad starting from that movie, Kif is finally standing up for himself. It's about time. But at the same time, though, I hope Sap does get, I guess, worse. Just because everything with Sap is amazing.
Oh, don't worry, Chase. Chase, the next episode after the one we just watched, the first episode, Zap.
Oh, excellent. Oh, what another great moment is how even Bender is getting tired of Zap.
How many men did we lose?
All of them. Oh my god. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that was a big yawn. But yeah, I love. I do also want to say that, like, also real quick, that like while yes, Fry and Leela are official, I do like how throughout the movie they are like building up Fry and Leela's relationship. It's not that much of a focal point as like before, but it's still there. Like I really like that. I really like how like how Fry was Fry's like, you just gotta trust me because you're a Fry and it's all that matters. It's like, oh, that's nice.
And it's a callback to earlier in the special.
Yeah.
Because Fry just accepts. Just accepts what Leela is about to do, which is, be an eco-terrorist.
You're Leela. Yeah. Again, I love Fry because even though that scene is both wholesome but also kind of funny because it's Fry still being really sincere But at the same time, he's also still being stupid because Leela's joining an eco-terrorist crew.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it shows that no matter what Leela wants to do, Fry will support her. And it's like, that's wholesome. But he's still stupid because it's an eco-terrorist group. Oh yeah. Also the running gag of them just knocking out Fry whenever they want to bring him to the secret society. Ah, you could have just asked me. Also, this movie's also Amy gets some time to shine too, 'cause
Yeah.
yeah. So, at the same time, what I kind of like about Leo is he's super stereotypical Asian, just hammed up to the point that like he's just extremely sexist.
I know.
But the thing is, like, his sexism just stems from him being just the most stereotypical Asian character out there. Also, one of my favorite jokes is Fry entering the poker game. So, all I got is my life savings and this token that gives me free membership to this poker game. Good enough.
All right. Good enough.
He just takes both of it. Oh.
Boy, they really lucked out with Fry succeeding in his mission.
Leela? You're the Dark One? She's not the Dark One. I am. Oh. Oh my gosh. Was it? Yeah. Oh, I think Into the Wild Green Yonder is the second best of the movies.
Yeah.
Man, they really did just go out with Bender's big score.
Yeah. They did.
And you know what? To be fair, I understand why, because that's Futurama's comeback. Like, you know, like it's their comeback. They don't want to just
We're back, baby.
We're back. You know, like imagine if Futurama came back with, you know, a Beast of a Billion Backs. Like,
boy.
Like,
that's a bad future indeed.
Yeah. So like it makes sense that like their comeback, you know, they want to come back as strong as possible. So that I understand why Beast with Billy Backs. I mean, no, damn it, Bender's big score is as good as it is. It does kind of suck that like the other movies don't live up as to Bender's big score, but they're still good. And Beast with Billion Backs really is just the lowest so far.
Yeah.
I really hope that's the lowest they're gonna go. I hope. Is that the lowest they go, Nick?
Going by from my memory, probably.
Probably? Okay. Cause yeah. And you know what? If that's the case, then I'm fine with the lowest just being okay at best. Cause I don't think Beast with a Billion Backs is terrible. It's definitely not as good, but I think okay at best is a good score. It's okay at best. So if that's your lowest, then hey, I'm fine with that. As long as nothing is like, you know, like terrible. I don't know. I guess. Like what would I have what would you like for like sitcoms, stuff like what, like what's like what do you think is like the lowest point of Family Guy?
Oh, fuck. I don't know, man. That's boy, that has some lows.
That has some lows. Okay. All right then. But yeah, I guess these movies, which just end up being, which this is season 5, so I guess for me, the best way I can describe season 5 of Futurama is came back strong. It tripped over itself a bit there, and then it recovered. It didn't end as strong, but it ended pretty good. So,
yeah.
So yeah, overall though, season 5's good. I like it. I still like Futurama, Nick. This is still great.
Yeah.
So I guess next time we talk about Futurama, Futurama will be under new
Comedy Central.
Yeah, no longer Fox, Comedy Central. So yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Comedy Central era Futurama. Yeah, I will say though, I guess I want to say though, the Fox era though was really good.
Oh yeah.
That was some peak television there. That was really good. And I know you said the Comedy Central era has its ups and downs, so all I'm saying is I hope at least the ups are just
the ups are up.
Just as good as Fox era?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cause yeah,
I will say this, it's gonna take a bit.
It's gonna take a bit? Okay.
But when you see an up, you'll know it.
I'll know it? Okay. Alright. And the newest season 8 is Hulu.
Yes.
Okay. Alright then. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the I guess wrap things up. I'm looking forward to the Comedy Central era of Futurama. So yay. So yeah. I don't know, I guess you got anything else you want to say about season 5, Nick?
Bender's big score is peak.
Yeah, that was really good. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that was really good. So yeah, that's it. That's all we got for tonight. Oh, this guy. How long have we been going? Almost 5.5 hours. Woo! And it only cost us losing 1 hour of sleep. Thanks, daylight savings. Daylight savings was Ben Franklin, right? Damn it, Ben. What were you thinking? Yes. What were you thinking, asshole? Was daylight savings your way of getting us back because you didn't want to? You regretted cunnilingus. It's like I regret making cunnilingus. So you know what? You guys get daylight savings time. Aww. That's me yawning. Alright, so yeah. Oh my gosh, I do want to say it real quick. I forgot to mention this because I honestly actually fucking forgot about it. I have to cancel tomorrow's stream because I forgot. Because I have a fucking project for class 2.
Oh.
Yeah. I will say it's completely my fault. You could blame. You could be mad at me. It's completely my fault because I completely forgot I have a project due tomorrow.
I'm assuming we'll make it up Monday then.
Yeah, we'll make it up Monday for sure. So don't worry, we'll make it up Monday. But yeah, just
hopefully you also finish enough so we can continue Futurama because we do have like 25 more episodes to go.
Oh my gosh, 25.
Yeah.
Oh. But Roku, what was the longest season of Futurama?
6 and 7.
6 and 7? Oh. So 26 episodes each. Wow.
Yep.
Okay then. Alright. Well, I guess like the second longest was like 3, because that was like 20 something episodes too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So yeah, I hope. Well, I mean, the project's due midnight, so either way, like, after midnight, I'll be available, Nick, so.
Alright.
Yeah. Alright. So, yeah. So again, completely my fault for messing up the schedule. I forgot to cancel tomorrow's stream because I forgot about my project, so. But we'll make it on Monday. So, yeah. Alright, so, with that said then, thank you everyone who came. And until next time, good night!